Start.
Danny Jade Gaz just subscribed.
Yo, what's up, chat? Hello. What up, Save Us? What up, Danny? Danny, thank you for the tier 1 earlier. Appreciate that. Prodigy, what's going on? What's going on? Fry Guy, what's up? What's up? Kami Lasagna, what's going on? Die Happy, what's going on? Lou Wave, how's it going? Welcome in, everybody. Welcome to the broadcast. What's up? What's up? It was a really shitty day today. Not for any emotional reasons, just because it was like snowy and cold and icy outside. So we had to reschedule all of our apartment viewings, which is kind of a bummer. Felt like we were spinning our wheels a little bit. Couldn't be as productive as we wanted to, but it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. No Other Land is BDS. Yeah, we can look at that. I was reading it a little bit before we went, but and I'm probably not you're not gonna like my take on this. If I'm being honest. I don't think cultural boycotts are like, I think if you're listen, here's how I feel about it. If you are a musician doing an international tour, you should not play in Israel. That kind of cultural boycott, I think, is very valid. You shouldn't be normalizing in that way. Making a film about settler colonialism, I think that's a very different thing. That's very wild. But we've listened to Graceland on this stream before and talked about that, and Graceland was criticized by the ANC and called out for breaking BDS. It's an album by Paul Simon, like quintessential Americana music, basically, if you haven't heard it. But it also borrows and uses a lot of African, Black South African instrumentation and artists who are doing the core creatives on the project, right? And that album did a lot to humanize African people and spread the culture of African music. So it's a complicated conversation, and I understand why, but I haven't seen it, the movie yet, so I can't talk too much about it. But I don't know. I read this a little bit, and it's like, it seems to me like the biggest criticism is that it was like made with Israelis, which that's how it works. I don't agree with that being how it works, but it is how it works, and I don't think that necessarily takes away from the film. It could take away from the film, depending. It depends on how it's done, and like I said, I haven't seen it, so it's hard for me to make that creative choice judgment. That's all. I want to say being a pro-Palestine movie cancels out the BDS, but I also haven't seen it. I mean, it's not like it's not like it's a nobody saying that it's a BDS. It is like the official BDS page, So I mean, this means something. It does. Like, I take this organization's words very seriously. But I think you should see it. And yeah, I also think the speech, even though people are critical and are going to have their discourse about it, I thought the speech was really, really powerful. Calling out ethnic supremacy with regards to Israel is always going to be a W in my book. That's kind of where I land on it, honestly. But anyway, we got a good stream for you tonight. Some fun stuff. Some interesting stuff that, an incredible conversation I was watching earlier, that I think will be really good reacts, and I think you guys will really, really enjoy watching it as well. First off, we're gonna start with the typical kind of smaller stories on Twitter. Starting with here, while we're on No Other Land, I thought this was funny. This person's like, "These are the Oscar winners who whine about the violent occupation. This is what they look like from the other side of the camera, attacking IDF soldiers. Chuck dies with a 50 gifted."
community.
Holy shit. Let's fucking go, Chuck. Thank you so much for your support. Chuck, you're the GOAT. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hell yeah. Chuck dies. Juicing all the socialist streamers. We love to see it. Supporting the homies. We love it. Thank you, Chuck. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You have good taste in streamers. I'll tell you that. I'll be seeing you in all the chats. I made this Chuck emote the other day. What the fuck? That's awesome. Okay, we'll add it. Chuck Hunneds. Oh my god, that's fucking sick. Chuck Hunneds. Anyway, let's check this out. This is apparently a video from the perspective of the IDF, and also why I think it's kind of silly to be boycotting, because the homies out here like fucking fighting IDF soldiers. What have you done today? Before you criticize this guy, as we're about to watch a video of him fighting IDF soldiers in the West Bank, the fuck have you done to criticize him, huh? Yeah, that's base, dude. That's awesome. I love to see it. I love to see it. This is allyship. The fuck are we talking about, dude? He's filming cops. No audio. It's okay. There wasn't really any audio to listen to anyway. But I did also want to start off with this. I want to watch a little bit of this on the Twitter, and then we will check it out on the actual YouTube where they did this. So this is KBLA, an AM radio station that Jason Reedy, who is an LA activist, we watch his bird dogging videos on stream quite often. He's a like, you know, very well respected activist and bird dogger, demanding answers from LA politicians all the time. He also, in the bird dogging that was just linked, thank you, Nori. He's one of the people on our stream who gave us the bird dogging 101. So yeah, Jason Reedy, friend of the show, great activist in the city, and was on a podcast talking about LA city politics. And when Jason talks, chat, we fucking listen. Okay, when Jason talks, we listen. All right.
You got to talk about like the degree of lies. When you're at the top of the city, you're the city's most important official.
No doubt.
And you lie, that has effects. That reverberates across the political spectrum, right? When you lie, when you talk about how you didn't cut the fire department's budget, when everyone knows that you cut the operational budget by 17.6 million.
I mean, it looks how you. It depends how you crunch the numbers, right? How you analyze the numbers.
So let's crunch the numbers then, because she allocated.
I love this. Yeah, let's crunch the numbers then.
Right, she talks about this contract that she had with the union,
right,
where they allocated that money. Do you know that money still hasn't been transferred to the fire department?
Does that mean that it's not going to be?
No, but I'm saying, but she's using that as like this is the way that we increase the fire budget. When she cut the operational budget, she cut the mechanics.
But here's the thing, you are not including that. So is that more honest?
I'm not including that because it hasn't been allocated to their budget. In fact, money from that account right now, $35 million of that money is being transferred, has been transferred to cover our liability payouts, our record liability payouts, $240 million in the last fiscal year. Which she only budgeted $87 million for this last fiscal year. You're talking
about for mostly police.
Which is mostly police, the police that she supports wholeheartedly.
Yeah, well, okay, what are you going to do if you're the mayor?
What am I going to do?
F the police?
Well,
fuck yeah.
Especially as a black woman, when you know they spent $4 million.
You don't have to say F the police, but
I think that's a pretty naive view.
I'm not saying she has to say F the police, but it would be nice to say, hey, we don't have to cut street services. We don't have to cut the fire department. We don't have to make all these different cuts, aging and everything else, to make way for, again, historic amounts of money going to LAPD.
Jason Reedy is my guest. We will continue this conversation. You're welcome.
Hell yeah. Dude, okay, so I saw Jason was on this, and I found it on YouTube. And so I low-key, I want to... Oh, wait.
Santa Monica.
Is this not the video? Oh, yeah, it is. Okay.
So, what is your responsibility as a political educator in that environment?
It's to wade through all the lies and present the facts in response to canceling the rent at a time when the pandemic was still very much unknown what was going on. And so folks banded together and created this organization called People City Council. I joined in.
People City Council, by the way. PCC is a fucking awesome. They're my main group that I organize with in LA. So, I love seeing Jason out here showing how fucking smart they are, how much they care for LA, how much they care about this city. To be this educated, you have to fucking care a lot about this place. You have to want better for the people in the city. And that means something.
2022. But yeah, we do direct action. We run a community space called the Robinson Space. And we
Robinson Space.
Do political education. And so those are some of the things that we are involved with.
Yeah, political education.
Yes.
Where do you start right now? And I mean, I know typically in this hour, I like to focus on what's going on locally, right? But it's all intersecting right now, even more than usual. I know the feds always affect, the state always affects the local, but it seems even more enmeshed right now at this moment. Where do you start with political education? I am feeling like there are a lot of progressive folks that don't fully understand how the levers of government work,
Dude, I love this. When people try to tell you that you just don't understand the complexities of city government, there are really good reasons that we can't, provide people with housing and that we have to give billions of dollars to the LAPD. You just don't understand them. You just don't get it, This is like such bullshit. Listen to how Jason talks. Like, he understands what's going on way better than anybody else. You people are actually voluntarily pulling the wool over your eyes to ignore the corruption that is so widespread in this city government. It's so insane how just regular the corruption is in city government in LA. But we can't understand. We couldn't possibly understand.
How to move the ball on certain issues.
Yeah, it's a big moment right now, and I think for us locally, what we're really keeping our eyes on right now is the budget that's going to be coming up for the city of Los Angeles. And so those budget negotiations are in process right now. A lot of different departments have already put in their budget recommendations or requests to Mayor Bass. And so for us right now, that's what we are hoping to focus on. I know Black Lives Matter is working on people's budget and trying to get people to take the survey. But it's also a moment where we're seeing the mask off of white supremacy, right, with Donald Trump. And we're seeing a lot of folks stepping up in this moment wanting to learn more about how to protect their neighbors from ICE and things of that nature. And so, but for us locally here, we are like looking at this budget. We know with the fires that there was a lot of information out there around cuts around the LAFD, and also how the giving so much money to the LAPD is affecting so many of our other departments and programs here in Los Angeles. And so we also want to inform people, like, why do we give police so much money? And why does our mayor lie constantly about how she didn't cut the fire department's budget?
Well, I mean, we can get into that a little bit more, because I mean, one of the bones that I have to pick with progressives, and specifically the People's City Council, is the way you guys constantly attack our mayor.
Yeah.
Constantly.
Oh my God.
Attack our mayor. And there's no recognition of anything.
She brought him on to scold him. This is actually great. I can't wait to see how Jason responds to this.
Positive that she does, or the leadership that she provides. And it seems,
leadership that she provides? The fuck is her leadership? A slogan on a tweet, linking arms? You tweeted that? Like, what leadership? What has she done?
Not just People City Council. I see it from other progressives, but especially you guys, because it seems to be it's particularly vituperative.
Okay.
And I feel like we're in
vituperative
a time where it's It's just hard to see progressive organizations that seem to be doing good work who feel like it's their mission to constantly attack black women, whether it be.
Oh my God. Oh my God, dude. This is such a like bad faith weaponization of identity politics. Absolutely shameful. Also, did you guys see the LA Times? Here, let me see if I can find it. LA Times the other day. They called they said that criticizing the mayor was a public lynching of LA's first black mayor, which is hilarious because that's like a wild way to describe the criticizing of a public servant. But also, Karen Bass is not the first black mayor of LA. Tom Bradley was the mayor of LA from like 1973 to 1993. For like 20 years, LA had a black mayor. We named our airport after him, Tom Bradley International Terminal. Like, how did you, like, what? How did this get past editors at the LA Times? Like, it's so weird.
Mayor Bass or Kamala Harris.
Yeah, so I don't think it's necessarily that they're black women. It's what they represent, right?
But they are black women.
They absolutely, yeah. But we're not critiquing them because they are black women.
But you're not taking into consideration that they are. And I'm not saying they should have DEI or a special lane, but I think there is a respect factor, especially when you've got a.
We shouldn't criticize black women if they're in power. Like when they're doing a genocide. She mentioned Kamala Harris. When they're doing a genocide, when they're funding the LAPD and defunding the rest of the city. They're above criticism.
A mayor who's being attacked, threatened, and literally threatened by the right.
Absolutely. I think we can recognize that a lot of the attacks that Mayor Bass has been encountering over the last month or so has been right-wing, white supremacist, and very much sexist.
And even prior to that, I mean, you had the whole police union spending $4 million for her not to get elected.
But guess what? Who's defending her right now in the midst of all these things?
Well,
and that's something that I really want to talk.
How deep does that cut?
Well, I mean, let's talk about how the fact that in 2013, the LAPPL came out in support of Wendy Gruhl and spent millions of dollars against
Los Angeles Police Protective
I'm sorry,
League.
yes,
yeah,
which is the quote-unquote union that's supposed to represent the rank and file of the LAPD. They came out against Eric Garcetti in 2013, spent $2.3 million. But guess what? In the next election cycle, they were all behind him. It's because
she lost, right?
Well, she lost, yes.
Just for the record, if you just
yes,
tuning in
yes.
to Boston politics.
With Karen Bass, she gifted them, and it's something that you've covered here on this program, is she gifted them a $1 billion contract over a 4-year, which included raises, ridiculous raises, and all sorts of other incentives, including hiring bonuses and things of that nature. And so she's the favorite person of LAPPO right now, and that's why they've gone so hard for her since the fires broke out.
Explain to me why you think they've gone so hard.
Because it's ridiculous to me that an organization that we can both agree is anti-black.
Yeah.
Jason is so good in this.
Has come out to support a black woman mayor.
But what does that support look like to you?
That support looks like publicly standing behind her, whether it be in different appearances and things of that nature. But it also comes out in like support when it comes to the media. We understand that the LAPD has a huge propaganda arm. And
we know that.
Yes, very much helped by the media.
We're all familiar with that.
And so they work with those vessels to help push out propaganda around Karen Bass.
It's interesting that if that is in fact true, they seem to be doing not a good job compared to other things that they support.
Yeah, it turns out that some things you can't fucking, some criticism you can't ignore. Some shit is like too all encompassing, and it's too valid. People are fucking sick of it, man. People are sick of the corruption.
I mean, if you just look at the attacks,
Are you glad you're out of LA? Not saying you don't support LA, but this interview makes it seem like being a leftist is very hard in LA. I mean, being a leftist is hard everywhere. I don't think that it'll be easier in Kansas City. I think the critical thing is finding community. And I'm very, very fortunate that Jason is a part of my community. And like Jason is the kind of person that I was learning from before I was ever streaming, And this community that I had in LA, I definitely will miss, no matter what, because they're fighting fucking hard. They're fighting they're like really good battles, but I'll do what I can to build that community in Kansas City now too. It's never going to be easy. Like, you know, you got to get that out of your head that this is ever going to be easy.
Monica Rodriguez, who a city council person who is a Republican for all intents and purposes, even though she doesn't say that as far as I know, who wants to rehire the fire chief or unfire the fire chief. You've attacking the mayor in the press. You've got Tracy Park yesterday on CBS, who is also a Republican, attacking the mayor in the press, and really doing the, you know, shake my head, you know, this black person can't handle this job.
Yeah.
The fire chief and attacking the mayor on CNN, and yet
Attacking the mayor, stating facts.
both.
Thank you.
Okay.
And
Thank
a lot
you.
of those are not facts. A lot of them are distorted. I think it's really interesting the way the right, I don't know if you've been following what Elon Musk has to say about our mayor,
Sure.
And the fire chief. They hated the fire chief, and then as soon as she attacked the mayor, she was the hero,
Absolutely.
you know, and truth teller.
Yeah, but again, they don't come from. We come from, at least within People's City Council, myself personally, it's principled critique, and I believe that Mayor Bass is. We've been critiquing Mayor Bass from the.
What up, Peace Fire?
I know.
She's aligned. But she aligned herself with people like Tracy Park and Steve Sobroff and all these other white people that she thought would have her back when things got tough, and they didn't, and they don't. Right.
Soboroff is another example. He was in a meeting complaining about the mayor. Tell me, explain to me when you say principled critique. What is your criteria?
That we want our city to be well funded. We want our fire department to have the resources it needs to be able to do whatever it can to reasonably prevent, you know, instances like we had in the LA fire that happened a few months ago. We want our cities to be clean. We want our streets to be clean. We want our trees to be trimmed. We want our sidewalks to be repaired. We want our public transportation to be running smoothly and regularly, preferably free. We want there to be public housing. We want to fix the housing crisis. We want it to be affordable in this place we live. You know, these are the principles that we operate on. Karen Bass is funding the LAPD and aligning herself with the worst elements of LA's city politics. This goes against our principles. So we're making critiques against Karen Bass, not on the basis of her being a black woman, but on the basis of her actions and the way that she is shaping and building our city as the mayor, as the number one most important political figure in the city.
Well, so we're critiquing again Karen Bass for her support of the police, her complete support of the police. Right? It's very rare to hear Karen Bass come out and critique the LAPD, and we
Never.
also are critiquing her on her homelessness around Inside
Yeah,
Safe and what
Inside Safe is a scam.
Well, you said principled critique.
So
it sounds like this is a philosophy that you have.
Yes.
And yet I hear you guys on social media going, "She's a liar. She's a liar. She's a liar." And I don't
that's
know
true.
how, but that's
She's a liar.
So I don't call that principled critique.
is-
To me, a principled critique would be, you know, Dominique DePrima says like too much. That's specific. It's not Dominique DePrima sucks as a speaker. It's specific.
Yeah, but we're not just.
What? As if they don't make specific critiques with the data of the budget. And as if People's City Council hasn't been making those critiques the entire time. That is like literally how People's City Council operate. We come with the receipts all the time.
Just saying she's a liar, and this is why, and we explain why. And I'm more than happy to go into you about Karen Bass's lies over the last 2 years, and specifically over the last couple months. But yeah, we don't look at whether they're Democrat, Republican, Libertarian. We don't care if they're a woman, man, non-binary.
So you're colorblind.
No, we're not.
Oh my
colorblind.
God.
Sounds like it.
We're not colorblind,
Oh my God.
but we take out all of those different.
To me, there can be no honest, intellectually honest political critique that doesn't take a race and gender into account in the way that you approach something.
So in what way should we differ in how we critique black women? If she's giving,
Don't attack them constantly. Lay out your critique of the policy.
So she's just allowed to do whatever the fuck she wants and we're not allowed to critique ever. Like, we're not allowed to communicate how her policy is making our lives worse. Just shut up and take it. Like, what the fuck is this ideology? It's so bad.
Which
based
we absolutely
on facts.
No, you're not at all coming to the wrong conclusions. She's literally saying, she's like, because she's a black woman, it's racist if you critique her. Now, are there critiques of Karen Bass that are racist and misogynist? Yes. But she's not coming here and saying, here, look at this tweet. This was a racist and misogynist thing to say. You said this because she's a black woman. Because those tweets don't exist. People's City Council has never attacked her because of her race or her gender. They've attacked her because of her political choices. Okay? These are very different things.
Finger pointing and name calling.
Like, by this metric, like, what about Candace Owens? Are we not allowed to, like, critique Candace Owens? Are we not allowed to say that, like, she's a racist? Like, the fuck?
We absolutely do. And I don't think calling someone a liar is quote unquote name calling. They're a liar. If they're a liar, they're a liar. It doesn't matter.
Name calling.
It doesn't matter.
But you wouldn't do it to the big homie.
I would. That's the thing, though.
Yeah, right. If somebody in our circle was doing this, like, we would definitely call them out.
You don't know me. I would happily do it to the big homie.
And you would know that you were name calling.
I'm not. If they're lying, and they're lying about, and we got to talk about, like, the degree of lies. When you're at the top of the city, you're the city's most important official.
No doubt.
And you lie, that has effects. That reverberates across the political spectrum, right? When you lie, when you talk about how you didn't cut the fire department's budget, when everyone knows that you cut the operational budget by 17.6 million.
I mean, it looks how it depends how you crunch the numbers, right? How you analyze the numbers.
So let's crunch the numbers then, because she allocated.
I love this. Also, I think, like, with this, I've had this conversation, like, so often. I think that, like, you can just concede on this. I do think it's valuable to do what Jason does, which is just to point out that this money that they used to say that it wasn't cut, it has never been sent into LAFD like accounts. It is not. It is currently, like, they do not have access to that money, so they are operating on the $17 million less from last year budget that they were given at the beginning of this year. But whatever, I'll concede that to you. But the point is that you have every single person from before the LA fires. You have so many videos of Chief Crowley going into the media and communicating that they don't have the budget that they need to get what they need to get done. Like, that they asked for $100 million increase. That's what they communicated to the mayor that they needed to accurately and, like, efficiently provide fire prevention services across the city of LA. They were given a $17 million cut instead. Like, everybody's like, oh, the budget wasn't cut. You're wrong. If you're really just going on what was their budget last year and what was their budget this year, yes, it was cut. This is a fact. It's very well documented. However, that's not even what we should be looking at. We shouldn't be looking at what it was last year. We should be looking at what the chief of the fire department requested. What did they request? What did they say was the amount that they needed to do their job? And what were they given instead? These are the relevant things to compare. And if you compare those two numbers, it's a very, very different conversation. It's a very different conversation. Because all of that money that could have been used by the fire department was instead spent on the LAPD. This is cut and dry.
Right? She talks about this contract that she had with the union,
right,
where they allocated that money. Do you know that money still hasn't been transferred to the fire department?
Does that mean that it's not going to be?
No, but I'm saying, but she's using that as, like, this.
But we're talking about the fire. So if you're going to say that they were operating on a budget that wasn't cut during the fire, but the money's not in their account, why does it matter if it's going to be transferred later? That doesn't make any sense. It probably will be, but that's not the point. The point is that could they have had a better response to the LA fire? And, like, the truth is, we will never know a concrete answer to that. However, the budget that they were operating on was, in fact, less than it was last year, and it was $120 million less than what they requested. And the person in charge of that was Karen Bass and the LA City Council. Okay? This is a really critical thing to understand.
This is the way that we increase the fire budget. When she cut the operational budget, she cut the mechanics.
But here's the thing. You are not including that. So is that more honest?
I'm not including that because it hasn't been allocated to their budget. In fact, money from that account right now, $35 million of that money is being transferred, has been transferred to cover our liability payouts, our record liability payouts, $240 million in the last fiscal year, which she only budgeted $87 million for this last fiscal year.
I was in chat during the Squeex Dr. K talk. Has Cindy talked about it already? No, not yet. We're going to, though. Wasn't that awesome? I really enjoyed that conversation. Did you see me in chat, too?
For mostly police.
Which is mostly police, the police that she supports wholeheartedly.
Yeah. Well, okay. What are you going to do if you're the mayor?
What am I going to do?
F the police, especially as a black woman, when you know they spent $4 million.
You don't have to say F the police, but
I think that's a pretty naive view.
I'm not saying she has to say F the police, but it would be nice to say, hey, we don't have to cut street services. We don't have to cut the fire department. We don't have to make all these different cuts, aging and everything else, to make way for, again, historic amounts of money going to LAPD.
Jason Reedy is my guest. We will continue this conversation. You're welcome in. 800-920-1580. 800-920-1580 is the number.
Okay, let's go.
For mayor.
Yep.
Gina Viola, let's go.
Primary, we supported her, and then when it went to the general, we didn't support either candidate.
And right now, it seems like there is a de facto campaign going on. Clearly, we know that there's a recall afoot, and there is, you see Rick Caruso standing up a foundation budget, a foundation very active in the press around the fires. I don't know if you saw the video.
Fuck Rick Caruso. Fuck Rick Caruso forever. Rick Caruso can eat my dick, dude. Fuck that guy forever. And fuck all the celebrities that supported him publicly. Y'all can eat my dick too, including you, Chank.
Mel Gibson out in
I have not.
Altadena yesterday.
What up, Squiggles?
Keep him away.
Well, he's there and he's attacking the mayor and supporting your friend. And so, I mean,
My friend?
No, I don't. I didn't
sorry,
mean your
sorry.
personal
Okay,
friend.
okay,
I mean,
okay.
Because
I'm going to say, I was
just
one
how
of the
I
most
talk.
outspoken people against Rick Caruso. In fact, I interrupted many of his events and fundraisers.
Yeah.
Anyways, yes.
I mean, he is a billionaire.
He is?
And I feel like the billionaires are on the move right now.
Oh, yeah.
I remember when the LA Times decided not to endorse Kamala Harris. And I know you didn't support her either, but that's not the point. The point is my response was the billionaires had a meeting.
Is Italiophobia? Dude, Rick Caruso is so fun. One of the best moments of that campaign when Rick Caruso was at he was at a debate and they were like, why should LA vote for a white man against a black woman or something? That was basically the question. It was very whatever question. And Rick Caruso said, I'm not white, I'm Italian. He said, I'm not white, I'm Italian. I love that line, dude. That's so good. That's so good.
And it's playing out that way now. I don't know if you saw yesterday, Jeff Bezos said that their editorial pages will no longer.
I mean, he's correct. Yeah, he's deconstructing whiteness around him. He's killing whiteness. He's anti-white. Which we should all be, by the way. We should all be trying to break down the barriers of whiteness. Fuck whiteness. It's made up shit.
Any viewpoints that oppose his business interests. From now on, it's going hard for his so-called values.
Yeah.
He says, in the past, we expected our editorial pages to have a well-rounded view, but that's the job of social media now. So newspapers can just go hard for their point of view.
I mean,
Prodigy, bro.
They've been doing that.
Oh, you found the clip? This is going to be good, dude.
For you, the next mayor of Los Angeles will be either an African-American woman or a white man.
I'm Italian.
Italian-American.
Even the white guy laughs at him.
Thank you. That's Latin. Thank you.
Latin. We have now high-ranking
Everybody's just laughing at him.
Latinos that are there that and the council, and it was disturbing.
Here, don't say that.
Happened, and people feel totally betrayed. And
Don't say that.
to resign. Trust takes time.
Yes.
It takes a lot of time. How can you create a trust with the Latino community so they know they're being heard and the community can feel they're represented too? I'm going to start with you, Mr. Caruso.
You know, it starts with meeting, sitting down, and listening, and taking a lot of time. It also starts with actually looking at track record and what we've done and what I've done in my past life. For so many years, my wife and I have been working for 40 years in the black communities, in the Latino communities, and providing scholarships. And
Okay, I don't care. This guy sucks.
But not as explicitly, right?
Yeah, I think that's true to a point. But at least you would have an op-ed
Sure.
from someone like you or Dr. Melina Abdullah or
Yeah.
Mark Ridley Thomas or, somebody.
Yeah.
And now now our LA Times is going to have supposedly going to have a bias-o-meter. And even the conversation we're having about
A bias meter. So they're just gonna give each of their staffers like a rating on a bias scale. That there's no way that could go wrong.
what you call principal critiques.
Mhm.
We're in a period of time where people really have a hard time sorting out the facts from the lies. I think all politicians, just like most activists, but even more so with politicians.
Yo, Mari. Mari, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. I hope you're doing good, Mari. I miss you all already so much. Double shout out. So everybody please go follow Twice as Hard. Welcome in. Chat, we were watching a quick, we're going to wrap up on this pretty soon, but we're watching a quick radio interview that friend of the show, Jason Reedy, did. Jason is an awesome activist with People's City Council in Los Angeles. So we're doing a little bit of LA local politics. And then we're going to switch over to something really interesting tonight. So Legit Salvage, thank you for the gifted sub. We're going to switch over to something great. We got Squeex and Dr. K had a conversation on stream today. Joel, holy smokes, Joel, with 25 gifted subs. Joel Siverand. Holy shamokies. Thank you. But yeah, later on tonight, stick around because later on tonight we're going to check out this interview with Squeex and Dr. K, which I watched earlier this morning and I thought it was amazing. Squeex is such a fucking goat. It was just beautiful seeing him, stand up for the fucking platform. Like seeing other streamers, just as alarmed as what's happening on the platform as I am. I was like, dude, I just felt really good. So, Woke Sky, thank you for the sub. I'm sorry, thank you for the sub. Loquat Slob, thank you for the sub.
Sorry, just subscribed.
Appreciate all of you. We got a hype train going. Let's fucking go. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome to freak in. I was disappointed by Dr. K, I have to say. No spoilers, but yeah, he gets fucking wild. He says some absolutely insane shit. And I'm not really familiar with his I don't know him at all, really. But he said some absolutely fucking bananas shit today. We're gonna watch it. It's so good. Legit Salvage, thank you for gifting to Joel.
Name and color, the way they
Let's go Landum with the 400 bits. Let's go. Thank you.
Hi, can we go
present
chat
things
Landum
to their
6,
advantage.
Shake Landum 6, Shake
Sure.
Landum 6, Shake Landum
So,
6, Shake
what is your
Landum 6,
responsibility
shake.
as a political educator in that environment?
It's to wade through all the lies and present the facts as is. I mean, again, if we're talking about the police budget, a lot of times it's reported as only being $2.1 billion. But in reality, it's $3.2 billion when you factor in the salaries and everything else that goes into it. And so that's like one way that I feel like politicians will report and say, well, the budget's only $2.1 million. When they say $3.2 billion, they're wrong. And And so, yeah, I think we all have responsibility to educate our neighbors and educate our communities. And so, yeah,
Dr. Mike exposed Dr. K. He's a little charlatan. Dude, they're both like race realists in a very weird way. Like Dr. Mike has done race science a fuckload, and today Dr. K did a lot of race science too. Okay, I think this was good. Let's we're gonna actually I think we should move on from this real quick. Let's actually jump into that. Let's check it out. This was this was such a good convo. I don't really know where to start. Let's just jump in here like 20 minutes in. Shout out Jason, yeah, for sure. I think we have a Jason. No? Greedy? No? Okay, never mind. Here, PCC. Go follow People's City Council.
Initiated into a practice, and I just like read a book about the practice or watch a video.
Prodigy, you're good, dude.
Those are qualitatively quite different. That's my view now. So to receive diksha from a guru, they basically impart, it's like they impart a portion of their spiritual energy into you, which is kind of like receiving it.
Okay, I want to skip until they start talking about the good shit.
It's like when your parents give you a down payment for a house, like it drastically changes the
show transcript
of your financial situation.
You think it's an hour in? Really? Damn. Let's talk about arranged marriage. We're talking about like consciousness, metaphysical. One second. Okay, here. Okay, let's just start here. You're right. It was about an hour in.
We don't have anything.
How hot?
Yeah,
I told you. I could have Squeex if I wanted.
Joel, thank you for paying forward your gifted sub.
Without any pushback.
Okay, yeah, this is good. This is good. So they start talking about like specifically like South Asian hate on the internet, right? And what their responsibility is as like South Asian creators to combat it.
From Maharishi Mahesh Yogi to his initial disciples, it kind of wanes over time unless you like boost it up. So it's like, I gave you a down payment, but unless you pay off the house and you sell it, you start earning rental income on it, you can't make the down payment for someone else. Yeah. So the down payment shrinks and shrinks and shrinks and shrinks. That's my understanding of it.
Yeah. No, I mean, even in the context of like doing it through Silicon Valley or work, it just perverts the meaning behind all of the meditation, in my opinion. But
sure.
Yeah,
I think that's a valid opinion.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I would hope to change gears if you're okay.
Yeah.
I did reach out to you to talk to you specifically about racism, South Asian racism on the internet being normalized. And I did want to ask you your experience. Have you seen that trend, or is that something that I'm just making up? Like, because we're completely on opposite spectrums of content creation. And so I'm curious what you're...
Thank you for the hype train, by the way, chat. Love you all. Appreciate the support. And if you want to watch an ad-free broadcast viewing experience, please consider subscribing if you're out there. Check. Maybe you have a Prime sub. You can subscribe for free. Or you can just, support the stream by subbing for $5.99 or for free with the Twitch Prime.
Experience has been on things like Twitter or,
I don't use Twitter.
Oh, shit. That solves the problem. And just like that, thanks for the episode. That's the end of the episode.
But I mean, I think my what's been your experience? Like, what difference does it make what my experience is?
Well, because I'm curious to see if this is just something that lives in a silo or that affects someone like you who may be a little less connected on social media. And if not, that's interesting to me as well. Because I know like my experience has been like in the past year specifically, like Twitter has been so anti-Indian without any pushback. And
this is 100%. We've talked about it on this stream before too. But like South Asian hate is like reaching like unbefore seen levels on the internet. Like it's just so normalized to talk about Indian or like, you know, anyone in South Asia as if they're like not human or they're like inferior. It's so unbelievably common. Who's Squeex? Squeex is the guy on the right here. He is a Super Mario 64 speedrunner, and honestly one of the most entertaining fucking people on the whole platform. I'm not even joking. I love Squeex. I watch Squeex all the time. I think he's like super fucking funny. He's really smart. This has made me respect him so much more, this whole conversation. Yeah, I love Squeex too. Highly recommend you check out Squeex streams.
I feel like I'm walking on this balance beam of, I don't want to seem like, I don't want to go on one side where I'm like, you know, I feel, what I'm basically saying is I'm pulled in two directions. One is like, you have a responsibility to say something about it. And the other side is you don't want to be seen as like social justice warrior Squeex, like sensitive Squeex. So like, that's sort of the balance beam that I feel like I'm walking across. So I thought, what a great opportunity to talk to another fellow Indian about what their experience would be and how to tackle that.
So tell me what.
I also feel like this is a big, like, this is such a relatable and understandable perspective to have. And I think a lot of people feel this way. Maybe not a lot of people in this chat and not a lot of people on the left, you know, like, I think we have kind of like embraced this feeling of like being the social justice warrior or being the person who's like calling shit out. Like, you know, I think some people like really are okay in that feeling and okay in those situations. But for a lot of people, like, you know, there's a hesitation. They want to be just viewed as like the normie, and they don't, you know, like Squeex feels that he should speak out about this. He knows it's the right thing to do, but he doesn't want to seem like, you know, he's being too sensitive and shit. Or if you know, like, he doesn't want to ruin everybody's good time.
What have you seen on the internet
I think a lot of people feel this way
recently?
Oh man, like on Twitter, Dr. K, it is a minefield of anti-Indian hatred. And I don't know if you've seen this news story of this young fella on Doge who like tweeted out anti-Indian sentiment and got fired and then got brought back, you know, like onto Doge. But I feel like it's rampant right now. And there's no pushback whatsoever besides like people from India on Twitter, like basically, unfortunately, making fools of themselves.
Do you want me to tell you what we see?
Sure. So I have some info about what is on my Twitter. Hello.
I don't know if I'm camera ready.
Okay, you can. I think you're fine. This is. Go ahead.
Hey,
Hello.
Squeex.
Hi,
How
how's
you
it
doing?
going?
You gotta
I
step
can't
up.
hear you.
Oh,
Hey, how are you?
good.
I have a friend who I think you should meet, by the way. I've got like three, but I have like a front runner.
Right.
I won't tell you which one. I think I manage our socials. Well, not super actively, but I would say it's less than 1%. But whenever there's like one piece of venom on the internet, that will catch.
Mhm.
But it's not like they're talking to us a lot of times. They're just talking into the void. And then there's like, I don't know, the bottom feeders that like to catch that. But it's so easy to just be like, I don't know that I care for your opinion. You
Right.
know?
Nowhere near the same, but I walk with a limp, and I often don't know when I should speak up and say I'm uncomfortable with handicap jokes and when I'm just being too uncomfortable. Do you know, I think honestly that, I'm being too, and I'm just being too sensitive. I think honestly, I mean, you deserve to feel comfortable in all spaces, you know? Like, yeah, you're valid, and if you feel comfortable, you should stand up. But also, it's kind of like low-key, it's on your friend group. Like, your friends, A, shouldn't be making those jokes, and B, like, there should, if a friend does make that jokes, you should, the other friends should, like, step in and, like that really shouldn't be your job. However, you know, you are 100% right to, like, stand up for yourself there and say, like, yo, shut the fuck up. Like, beat him with your cane or something. I don't know. You know, they deserve that shit. You know, not saying there isn't discrimination within the company, but the immediate interpersonal relationships are not like terrible shit. I've seen it at other companies. Yeah, you're talking about your tech job.
I've never seen a comment from
Yeah, exactly. Establish a boundary. I agree. I agree too. And also like maybe I hope your friends are like this, like, but sometimes I sometimes people will say something to me or like when people tell me that I'm doing something that makes them uncomfortable or I'm not like being conscious of something they would like me to be conscious of, I usually actually really appreciate that. You know, I actually appreciate not being told that if I'm doing something that I don't realize is like, you know, hurting somebody's feelings. I want to know that, you know, I want to know that, but I don't walk with a cane. Yeah. I realized you didn't say that, but I just thought it'd be funny. I had brain surgery and kind of fucked up my gait a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. You shouldn't have to deal with your friends making fun of that or talking about handicapped people in any way.
Someone whose opinion that I really care about, where I'm like, oh, sucks to suck, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's.
I mean, I did want to say.
Now I can't hear anything.
Oh, okay. Now we can talk shit. Well, I would just like, I imagine what it's like to be a young Indian person on the internet. And I remember back in the day.
I kind of want to watch this on Squeex VOD. Let me pull that up here.
Like you wouldn't reveal that you are Indian on the internet because you'd just be barraged by hateful messages. Yeah. But now, you know, I imagine what it would be like if I was young and reading these comments without any pushback and with like thousands upon thousands of likes. So I sort of feel like, I discount these losers' opinions.
True.
Oh, we might have his
feel
captions.
an obligation to be like,
yeah, but we'll get the chat though.
You know, so that's sort of like the balance that I'm trying to walk across, where it's like I want to be a voice, but I don't want to overstay my welcome, if that makes sense.
I don't think this. I agree with you. It's not right, but like so much of like.
Oops. Yeah, I want to watch it with this chat. Oh, fuck. I had it all. Okay, good. We're good.
Attractive Indian people have it way worse than unattractive other people.
Yeah. No, all of us here, we're hot as hell. So we don't have anything.
So hot.
Yeah.
I told you. I could have Squeex if I wanted.
That's a conversation for a different day. Okay. Wait, so
it's because you called me old.
I'm not
drama. Okay. How does that make you feel, Dr. K?
It makes me feel.
I'm not sure if we passed this point, but what is this? Is this a clip of the video we're watching?
We gotta do some more stuff.
How did you feel about my wife? The first words out of her mouth.
Oh yeah, this is at the end. We'll get there.
Alive.
Yeah. Okay. Good. No, well, basically, what we were saying is like the experience that like, do you feel pressure to like, if you see something about the group that you're from, do you feel pressure to like stand up and say like you guys are cringe and that's bad, or not so much?
No, I do not feel pressure.
Can you explain why?
The purpose of that.
The purpose for that is.
What's the purpose of standing up against racism?
No more.
Crescent Moon and Star, what's up? Welcome in.
Yo, what's up?
Or like if another Indian person is watching or in your audience, they would, at least I would hope that the streamer I watch, we go to the same Indian parties or in the same WhatsApp groups and be like, what is being said is not normal. And like, let's not pretend like these stereotypes are harmful and they're bad and they're cringe. And so like, at least I would hope, like if I was a young Indian boy playing Melee in Balvihar and I watch like Squeex and I'd be like, oh man, like it's so like the common rhetoric is so hateful towards people that look like me. At least I can look to Squeex to say that, chastise that's wrong.
It's a therapy question. You just want Squeex to lay it out. I think in some parts he does do that, but he also was asked a direct question and was like, do you feel a responsibility to stand up against racism? And he said no. You know?
Because I feel like the science.
Yeah, also it does get weird, but
like it's so weird.
Yeah, so what
like even political discourse. Like I'm talking about some fellows.
Worcester, you can't even hear me right now, but dude, I only run 5 minutes of ads an hour. And you can subscribe.
Streamers on this website, they will say things that are so
Or like get an ad blocker. Like, hello?
And I don't even get political ever on my stream, but even I'm like itching. I'm like, is no one going to say anything about this shit? Don't we? Isn't there a responsibility from one of us to be like, this guy's a dumbass, you know?
And what happens when you do that?
Then people, I feel like, can sigh. Then people are like, oh, thank God, like someone said that. Because otherwise, like, I feel like everyone's such a coward. I feel like it's an act of cowardice where like people are looking at their wallet instead of their heart. Sorry to be cringe, but like,
no.
It's not even beneficial to a stream. But it's like someone will say
Chrome killed uBlock Origin this week. That's actually like not true. They did do that weird thing where they're like, it's not supported, but you can just go and turn it on. You can just go and turn it back on.
read like some really hurtful, hateful stuff, and everyone will just be like, oh, you know, like that's just the name of the game. It's rage bait. He's doing well, view count wise, and it's like, is no one going to be like, this guy's an idiot?
But when you say this guy is an idiot, what does this person do? What does the person that you're addressing do?
He goes, they just go, oh, like that's crazy. Nothing. But maybe they're more thoughtful because otherwise they have no pushback whatsoever.
King Henry, thank you for the gifted sub.
So I think there's absolutely a couple of, I don't know exactly what you're talking about, but a couple of a couple of things that I would just start with. So the first is that I think that intolerance in general is being selected for on the internet. Right. So like it's just
okay. That's true.
So is anti-Indian or anti-South Asian hate increasing? Yes. Is anti-Jew hate increasing? Yes. Is anti-white male hate increasing? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Is anti-Christian sentiment increasing? Absolutely.
Anti-Christian sentiment?
Is anti-liberal sentiment increasing? Yes. Is anti-conservative sentiment increasing? Yes. Right? Like straight people feel persecuted. Gay people feel persecuted. Bi people feel persecuted the most because they
what? Okay, like it's like listen. This guy is a doctor, dude. He's a doc. Listen. It gets worse. Gay plus straight equals bi. Yeah, exactly.
The gay people that they try to date are really upset that they're, you know, I've seen this firsthand. So I think just intolerance on the whole is increasing.
Sure, but I would say the intolerance isn't equal. I feel like a lot of people who victimize.
Dude, as a bi white guy, I'm like the most oppressed according to Dr. K. I didn't even know. Somebody should have told me. What the fuck? I don't feel oppressed at all. What the fuck? Damn, dude.
To other people actually being victims. Like, for example, like straight, like you remember, like people would say all lives matter in response to black.
I'm the most oppressed streamer. I know. I mean, I didn't know, but now I know, thanks to Dr. K. What did he think the pity subs were for?
Oh, look, there's intolerance towards other people, but it's not. What I'm trying to say is inequality shouldn't.
Oh my god!
Like there are certain people who are persecuted more than.
Oh, look, Squeex 2 based. Here we can read I was chatting today in this chat, bro. I was chatting in here. I started with a bunch of question marks and I said Squeex 2 based. Nobody is intolerant of white men. I can't. No more spoilers.
I'm not saying that it's equal. I'm just saying that intolerance on the whole is rising.
Sure.
Right? So it is a global thing.
Yeah.
Now,
I was there backing you up. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if
honestly, his chat was like great. His chat was like a big fan of what I was saying. Everybody was like at Cinemarxes of True, like, and like saying shit like that. His chat was way about it. Which I love to see. I like to see his chat supporting him as he's being brave here. Like, you understand he is not a political streamer, and he's just like, it's eating at him. Palestine! ACAP Forever, thank you for the tier 1. You know, it's eating at him. He's seeing the thing that's happening on this platform. He's seeing Asmongold be Asmongold, and the rise of like these like outright fucking Nazis are taking over the platform. And he's worried about it. And this is like, you know, he wants to do something, but he doesn't really know what, you know? This is very interesting Blue Sky Coast, but it's not relevant to this. And view it off cam. It needs to be Verified. Okay.
I think like when we say save the rainforest,
Mhm.
it's not like we're saying screw
Oh, I saw this on Twitter too.
a particular set of
I saw this on Twitter too, and I watched that video, and that movie looks like it sucks. I also don't think you like own the. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Although I did see actual valid criticism. 5 subscribers. Thank you, ACAP Forever. Appreciate that. I did see the first valid criticism of Anora the other day, which is that they hired SAG actors and were also they were affiliated with SAG and DGA, but chose not to be affiliated with IATSE, and they were like ununionized in their crew, and the crew flipped halfway through and turned it into a union production. Which, I mean, that's genuinely good criticism. Still a good movie. I still haven't watched that movie. You should watch it for sure. You should definitely watch it. It's really good. Really good movie. I liked it a lot. Personally, I liked it a lot. But listen, you might not agree with me on all my movie takes, you know? Like, it's fine. I liked Anora a lot. I also did not really like... I saw the TV Glow. I know, you're going to hate me for that, but it's the truth, and I'm just going to tell you the truth.
trees is being destroyed at a rate that is greater than the other trees.
To save the rainforest is what about not all rainforests?
Right, so save all trees. Like, which I
say psych right now. I can't because it's the truth. I didn't even see it. Oh,
is so big
Mm-hmm.
is because we don't acknowledge a lot of the hardships that majorities oftentimes face. Right. So and this is where the inequality piece comes in. But you say these people get screwed more than those people. I don't. That's really hard. It's a really hard stance to take.
Like, dude, he's like, show me the data of racism. Show me the data of racism, which, by the way, like, it does exist. You know, like the data does exist, but it's also like just wild to be like, I don't know who is oppressed in our society or who holds power in American society unless it's shown to me in data. Like, what? Like, what?
Like, just because more people get diagnosed with breast cancer than testicular cancer doesn't mean that we should screw all the people with testicular cancer, right? Like, they deserve care too. There's a certain, and I have no, personally, I have no idea how to measure or quantify.
Prodigy came with the data. Are Emily and Greg more employable than Lakeisha and Jamal? A field experiment on labor market discrimination. Of course, yeah. Of course, the studies do exist. Like, it is backed up in data, but it's also just like it's just a wild thing to be like, I don't know who is oppressed. Link, please. Prodigy just put it right here. It's right there. It's wild to be like, I don't know who is oppressed until I see the data. You have to prove it to me. It's like, what?
The degree of inequality.
He's so faux intellectual. It is, but it's also I just think this just shows you, like, you know, some people are really smart in some things and are not really smart in other things, you know? It's like, it is what it is. He's not a sociologist. He obviously has a very poor understanding of intersectionality or how to combat reactionary ideas. He's not concerned with it, you know? He's a doctor. He said all cancers matter. Like, it is what it is. Like, you know? He's doing the JVP run? I don't even think so. I don't even think it's that like intentional. I think it's just like he's just I don't know. He has some very bad takes in this. Wait, what is this? More discriminatory in their firms? Genuine. Oh, that's just like employers. Spectrum. Dr. Pepper woke. Apparel stores are female biased. Oh, okay. Yeah, the data exists, of course.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Right, so-
I feel like there has
Not only is it a struggle to get hired, but if you do get the job, they hold you to a different set of standards. Yeah, you have to be twice as good, right? And they'll fire you instantly for the same infractions others do regularly. Yep.
a judgment call, though. Like I'm saying, like some people literally
Fine.
can't get like healthcare. You know, like
So, and how do you make? What are the variables that go into that judgment?
who's elected into office.
Okay. What else? And how
Public
do you
sentiment.
like? What's the equation?
Public sentiment plus who's elected into office.
Hold on. How do you define public sentiment?
Like who people vote for?
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're using voting in one country, and what else is a variable in the equation?
Laws being passed.
So I said here, how close are they to structural power? How much does structural power represent their interests? I think this is an actual definition that he's looking for here. Like, and this is like what, this is what we would use to define like who is in oppression and who is not. Like who are the people that are actually experiencing, how do we figure this out? Like, look, who on average, what, in terms of like familial wealth, in terms of like discrimination, who is in the places of structural power, and how does that power represent their interest? And this is very easy to do. Look at any, city government, look at any like presidential or federal government, like, even though we had like a black president, did the US government then turn and represent black people's interests more? I think I would disagree. I don't think that they did, It still was a white supremacist society, even though Obama was in charge, right?
Okay. What about Twitter posts?
I like the quick answer. How do police treat you? Yeah. That's true. I mean, that's true. But then you're still like you're still like doing generalizations, right? So it's all going to be generalizations. And the truth is that there's no like answer to this, like the way he's asking it. There is no actual answer. He's being willfully obtuse. Yes. Like these are things that are common sense. And he even like later on will talk about like an example where he was like, "Oh, like this is racism." So it's like you do understand it. You're just like refusing to like you're kind of like talking about other things to avoid talking about the real thing that Squeex is trying to talk about.
Like people who are being like hurtful to any group.
Right. So how do you quantify? How do you know which group gets the most hate on Twitter? And then do you also
like why is this relevant? I don't, you know what I mean? I don't actually understand why this like hierarchy of who gets the most. I don't even understand how this is relevant to the conversation. The conversation we're having is like, what should we do when confronted and when we see hate speech, when we see racism, how should we respond? That's the real question that Squeex brought here. Do you feel like you have a responsibility to fight against racism? And Squeex feels like he does, but he doesn't know how. And so he wanted to like talk to Dr. K about that.
also include Reddit? Do you also include Instagram? How do you quantify those things?
What shows up on my feed, I guess. But I feel like it's a very common thing. Like I don't think
this is exactly the problem.
Yeah.
I think there's
yeah, so he tries to deny that it is common when it's like, I think we can just operate in a like, let's just whatever, like ignore this. Hypothetically, if it was common, what should we do? Like, like stop trying to like, you're moving the goalpost. You're changing the conversation.
There's data to support this, that I think we're not living in the same world. That's why intolerance is increasing, because no one is living with the same set of information. Like everyone is living with their personally constructed. So this is a huge problem. Like, this is why the world is going to hell. We all have a cognitive bias. We all have a tendency towards narcissism. Now what's happened is that the external world used to be the same. And the only reason that we disagree, so like, let's say you and I are roommates, and I'm like, hey, Squeex, you need to do the dishes more. And you're like, I do dishes more than 50% of the time. The dishes in the sink are a fixed variable that both of us are, there's one reality, but there's different cognitions that shape that reality. Now, even the sensory input that people are getting is drastically different. You asked me the question, hey, are you seeing a bunch of anti-South Asian hate on Twitter? And I was like, I don't use Twitter. So now we've got, not only do we have a fractured reality plus cognitive bias, plus a internet that selects for emotional engagement, not truth, not equality.
I mean, like he's correct about this. Like, like we do have different experiences with the world, especially as we are getting like more and more online, and our worlds are mostly spent in these online communities. You're going to have a very different media input, and your basic truths are going to be very different from somebody who might live next door to you, just on the nature of the algorithm and like echo chambers on the internet. Like this is not the right point. This is not an incorrect point that he's talking about. However, it's not the thing that we're talking about. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't actually address the situation. Like the fact is that like there is more racism on Twitter. There is more racism in the world. People are more emboldened to be racist on the internet now than they were. And even if this is just Squeex' like perspective on it, I don't think that this is a good like avenue, even if you're in therapy or whatever, like trying to counter the person's like the validity of the claim that they brought to you, I think is a very weird thing to do in that therapy session. Do you know, like if you go into a therapy and you're like, hey, I'm seeing a lot of personal hatred towards my like identity, and the guy's like, well, how do you know that there's all of that? How do you know that the hatred even exists? It's like, I'm not seeing that hatred. What do you like? It's like, what? This isn't the point. What are you fucking talking about, dude? This is such a weird therapy set. Like, what? Why can't you just like be like, wow, I'm sorry. That sucks that, you don't have to question it. You don't have to like act like you don't know. And then also, I mean, that whole stuff about like white people and men feeling targeted and shit and having more vitriol towards them is like so bad. It's so bad. The therapist has to ask these questions. No, they don't. Actually, like quantitatively is what I'm saying. Like the quality of these questions are not good. Yeah, like asking somebody to prove that they've had racial transgressions against them on the internet is actually not a question that they have to ask. A better question is like, well, how does it make you feel? And how does it make you feel when you counter it? Like, do you feel like there's like a purpose to what you're doing? Like, why do you feel the responsibility to care about this? Like, these are all questions, but I don't know.
I think people are on Twitter and people are seeing it because what's pushed to the top is intolerance.
Yeah.
So
right,
that's where my dilemma starts.
Sure. So you asked me a question. I think your original question was, I forget what your original question was.
It was basically like, have you seen a rise in South?
Is he asking for proof or examples? He's like, well, he's asking for like proof, kind of. Yeah. He's like, what's the data that shows that, South Asian people are more targeted than others, than white men, for example?
Increasing. Mm-hmm. I'm sure that there is some way of measuring the degree of inequality that people face.
Right. See,
I'm sure that there's some way, but that variable is like fucking complex, very complex. How do you weight number of dick pics sent and sexual harassment versus unfair custody agreements in divorce? How do you weight those two variables? Those are both realities. How do you rate female harassment of using voice comms in online video games against false accusations of sexual assault that are not innocent until proven guilty? It's usually guilty until proven innocent, and even then,
dude, like what?
The damage is done. I don't know how to weight those two variables against each other. I don't know. And a lot of people can have.
And for the record, his Squeex' chat is like Squeex' chat the whole time is like, girl, what the fuck, girl, hang up. He's like, what the fuck?
Okay, but these people are suffering more. I have some intuitive judgments that I don't think racism is equal across the world. I do think some people suffer more from racist attitudes than others. I do think South Asia.
I said, guess we can never know who's actually oppressed. Let's do nothing at all. That's what I said at this moment.
Hate is on the rise. We're in a really dangerous spot in the United States.
Yeah.
And I think the number one reason for that is because there has been a strong selection bias of South Asians to the West, a huge problem of brain drain. When I was in my intern orientation at Massachusetts General Hospital and Harvard Medical School, there were 150 people in the room. 40 to 50 of them were South Asian.
Yeah.
And this is an institution that is liberal. This is an institution that absolutely.
I'm glad you're here for this, Arun.
This is an institution that is trying to implement DEI. And this is an institution, if you look at MCAT scores, if you're brown, you have to score 15 to 20% higher than the average student in order to get into medical school. And we're still overrepresented, which I think is good. I think the situation there was good.
Overrepresented.
So I think that we've got a target on our back the way that Jews had a target on their back in Nazi Germany, which was that we're economically very successful. And so that it's easy to classify us like Indian doctors, right? Ha ha ha.
Dude. It's so wild. He has no, it is so wild. That's a very, very wild take. I hate to tell you, I have pre-watched. It gets worse. It gets worse. And it's I don't know. I actually don't understand, because at the same time, he says racism is unprovable and white men are experiencing racism, and then he says I'm American South Asians are very similar to Jews during the Holocaust because they're overrepresented and wealthy as a demographic. Yeah, Squeex' face. I mean, the whole chat. It's manga. Oh my God.
But I think that hate is coming. For sure.
That hate is coming for sure.
And even I don't have to be on Twitter to know that. So I think the hate is real. We have now looped back all the way to the exact opposite thing that he was arguing against before, where he does recognize that South Asian hate is real and it exists. Okay, so hopefully we can get back to the conversation at hand, which is what do we do about it? Which is a very important conversation. Discrimination is real. My attitude towards it is, first of all, I think it's there's a lot of shaky ground from a logic or intellectual standpoint about inequality of hate. Because I really want to know, how do you if you're saying that South Asians get more hate than white people, I need to see data to support that, for me to support that conclusion.
What? You just said that they're being discriminated to the level of Jews in the Holocaust. And now we are 2 sentences later, and you're saying you need to see data that they're not more oppressed than white people? What the fuck is this guy? I don't even understand what his point. I don't understand anything. I don't understand what he's saying at all.
I think so is not something I'm willing to accept, because the world that you perceive is different from the world that other people perceive. You may not be privy to all of the anti-white hate. You won't be, by definition. That doesn't even include cognitive bias.
Sure.
So now,
okay, but that's also studying something or quantifying it is not I'm going to find every anti-white post on the internet and make a list, and whichever list is more. That's not how those studies are done anyway. You can never get a cohesive list of every racist thing that's ever been posted on the internet. That's not how that works.
Now this goes back to your original question of do I feel motivated to act and defend? No, because I think that doesn't solve the problem. I think that makes the problem.
There's enough anti-Indian racism where I have to talk about it every now and then, and I'm the first to dogpile Indians as an Indian person. Dude, yeah, of course there's more anti-Indian racism now than we've seen in a long time, in America especially. It's everywhere. Only here, this person in the chat, only Indians know how bad the hate is online, Sag. There's no downplaying it. Yeah, it's also just I don't know. If you find yourself having a conversation similar to this, and you decide to land on the idea of I need you to prove that you're experiencing racism to me, I just cannot fucking tell you how bad that is. How bad of a response that is. Just listen. Just listen. If somebody's telling you that they're uncomfortable with the racism against them that they're experiencing, why would you want to counter that? Just listen. It's so bizarre to me.
Worse, usually.
I don't even reveal I'm Indian online. And Squeex talks about this too in this. He talks about that too a lot. Where he's before on Twitch, people people who were Indian just didn't use their webcam because they were scared of, like, they turned it on and they were brown, that they would get a lot of racism. Like, this exists. This has always been a thing on the internet. Like, a lot of people operate in the anonymity and, like, don't like present their ethnicity because they're afraid of the response, and for valid reasons.
There isn't a role. I'm glad that people do that, and I am the beneficiary of people who advocate on my behalf. So I had a friend growing up. We were
or
sort of part of-
or the Raj Patel. Yeah, that's right.
well, not part of ways. We went down different paths. We were like friends in like middle school and high school, and then he sort of went like the activist route.
Like, people will pull out caste Modi's support for Israel as an excuse to be blanket racist to Indians in general. Yeah, dude, there's so many. Like, ugh.
And then I went the yoga. So we're both Hindu, but we're very different kinds. And I'm grateful that he does all of this like activism work, because I'm the beneficiary of people who open their mouths and combat this stuff. So I'm not saying it's bad.
Okay, I actually was not aware of Austin during the Raj days. He did an accent. Wait, I actually didn't know this. He did an accent? Oh, man. I did not know that. I knew he went by Raj Patel. I didn't know it was a whole character, though. Oh, man. Find clips? Nah, we don't have to. Listen, he's gotten better. He's put it behind himself. He doesn't want to do it anymore. I don't think we should watch it. You should have seen Raj in the old school RuneScape days. Wait, what? What? I didn't know he actually streamed. Legend says it was good. That's fucking wild. Why, though? Because he thought it was funny?
Hello, EOP. Your friend Raj. Raj Patel. Raj the King is here once again. I know it has been a long time since we have done something like this, but my friends, I've been little busy making Slurpees for the homeless, winning math competitions, taking
What the fuck? So he's live streaming this?
long camel rides on the
I can't even hear Austin in this either. Also, like, the idea of Austin playing old school RuneScape is very, very. This doesn't make sense. It's not fitting. The shape is not fitting. It's not there.
and such, you know. But here's the deal. Earlier this week, Solo, who's in EOP, you know what he did? He PM'd me, he says, Raj, my Indian brother, who art thou making Slurpees in 7-Eleven?
Oh my god.
I've never done before. And I said, yes, my man Solo, I would be honored to do such a thing. So I stand before you today, my fellow EOP brethren, as an Indian, not with a red dot on my forehead, no, but with,
oh my god,
with you in a fallout that we have waited for so long for. You see, the mighty final Orange Elite is decided to tread water in the territory of the pirate. But I think it's time for them to walk the plank. On the other hand, allowing them to walk the plank is too much of a fucking honor, you know what?
dude, this is crazy. I don't know. I don't know why. I just can't see Austin in this. I can't see Austin in this. I just can't.
But if you're asking me, what do? I think that this is where, like, what I've learned is, first of all, understanding where other people are coming from is a really, really big step. I think that's what's deficient. We spend way too much time trying to convince people of our point of view instead of understanding theirs. And I think that, like, even with the stuff like Israel and Palestine and, like, you know, Gaza and all this kind of mess, like, you know, I mean, I don't follow drama, but all of this stuff between Ethan Klein and Hassan has, like, even crossed my feed. It's so prevalent.
Yeah.
And these guys used to host a podcast together. And, like, what the hell happened there?
Now there's a content nuke. And now there's radiation coming off, and we're all experiencing it. That's on everyone's feed.
Right, but I mean, I think it's shocking that these two people used to be friends, used to be allies, and there's an issue that is so divisive.
Here's me in the chat. Ethan lost his mind, Kekel.
That it's torn them apart and turned them into bloodthirsty enemies. And what I think is really fascinating from, like, I don't even know what the term is, a societal perspective, psychological perspective, is no wonder things are so bad there, right? We saw it happen in front of our own eyes.
Like, this is such baby brained analysis. This is he's like, wow, yeah, there's something toxic about this conversation, and like, no wonder people are so angry over there, because look at how angry these podcasters get. It's like, what? Dude, what?
That two people were hosting a podcast together, and this conflict is so difficult and so intractable that it tears these two people apart.
It's not difficult, and it's only intractable to people who have been like massively brainwashed, okay? Like, it's really not complicated.
And now they're like mortal enemies. And we saw it happen. If anyone is wondering why is Gaza a mess, like, just look at this. What the hell happened there? For me, the solution, and this is also where my skill set is to understand that, right? To understand, because I think generally speaking, when someone is really pissed off, and I
like, does it feel like this guy's done any energy to understand Palestine? Does it feel like the way he's talking about this, that over the last, like, 500 days that this genocide has been happening? Listen, I understand if you learned about Palestine via October 7th or since October 7th, I got no smoke. It's okay. Welcome to the fucking club. We need you. You're right along beside us. I do not care when you learned about it, but it doesn't sound like you know anything about it. Like, it doesn't seem like Dr. K he's like, where I come from is I want to understand it. But it's like, what have you done to understand it? It doesn't sound like it doesn't sound like you have any understanding of it, actually.
I mean, I deal with a ton of racism. I've dealt with racism since I was growing up in the medical school admissions process, like all kinds of ways. Mm-hmm. I was at an airport in this one city in Texas. There were 120 people in line for security. 2 cops walk past 62 people.
I said, damn, this guy really doesn't know anything about this stuff.
To me, the brown person, and pull me out for a random security screening.
Yeah.
Right? And but I'm not upset by that. It's, okay. And I think here's another big thing that I think a lot of people have a lot of difficulty with. Mm-hmm. I think most people do the best that they know how to do. I think most people who are racist, this is not a problem of hatred. It's a problem of
Okay, and because
if you sit down and you talk to these people, why do you think all these Indian people are bad? What's wrong? I've had people, there's different kinds of racism. So South Asians also receive model minority racism, where it's Asian kids are good at math. So if you're if you're one of the 50% of the population who's not good at math, you get judged incredibly harshly.
Yeah, true.
Right?
Yeah.
And I mean, we joke about it, but at the very beginning, you're like, you can call me Dr. Squeex. Everyone makes some memes about how we're the same person.
Yeah.
But there's an undercurrent of truth there, where there's some subconscious assignment to value that I went to Harvard Medical School and you didn't. It's nuts.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's crazy.
UC Davis over Harvard. This conversation proves it. UC Davis over Harvard.
I mean, so that's why, and forgive me for pushing back a little. I'm just a little confused. I'm a little confused on some of what you said. Specifically, so you started off by saying that you
Okay, we're gonna slow it down here, because Squeex is just like Gordon Ramsay cooking right now. Okay, Squeex is in the kitchen about to whip up some of the fucking most fire cooking you've ever heard of. Okay, get ready.
First, you're not going to accept that there's a rise of inequality without data. That you also have to look at, different other groups and stuff like that, which is fair, and I can accept that. But what I'm confused is then later you acknowledge there is a rise of intolerance, and then you say we shouldn't do anything because...
I didn't say we shouldn't do anything.
Or you feel no obligation to speak out. Or can you help me understand?
No, so we got to be precise.
Perfect.
Yeah, I want to be. That's why I don't want to mischaracterize what you're saying.
So
correct me.
I didn't say we shouldn't do anything. I'm doing a lot.
Okay.
But I'm just not doing what you asked for. Do you think you should do this thing, which is speak out against them? I have not seen that to be the most effective tool at my disposal.
Okay.
So I don't do that.
Okay.
Because I think generally speaking, when someone comes at you with a racist remark, or calling, people fucking call each other out all the time.
I need Obama number.
This person is calling out.
Now.
True. Give me Obama number right now. Chuck Dies, thank you for the gifted sub. Appreciate you.
this person, it's not clear to me that that has any positive effect.
So then what does have a positive effect? Like,
Great question.
What have you found to be a net positive?
Great follow-up.
So let me think. Can I think for a second?
Of course.
He said, I have no idea. In fact, I've never considered it. He's like, just please don't make anybody uncomfortable. What can we do? How can we address racism without making anyone uncomfortable ever?
I think if you can teach people to be better humans, these problems will get way better.
There we go, chat. All right, we solved it. No, of course we didn't solve anything.
In general. So I think if you look at problems...
I'll be back 1 second.
They are born out of, in my opinion, ignorance. Not always ignorance. Sometimes there is malice that is based on negativity, like hurt people, right? So it's like, it's really easy to say, oh, like, you know, Indian people have it, or South Asians have it worse, or Black people have it worse than white people. But it's really hard for a white person who is now unemployed because of something, and they're hurting in some way, and they direct their malice towards a group of other people.
Yeah.
And I think we see this a lot with like the DEI stuff, right? So like, and I think it's scary. You know, the results of this election, I think, speak to a silent majority, which I saw back in 2016, by the way, that there's a group of people who not being given the opportunity to air their grievances.
Yes.
So when men say I'm having it tough, the most common response is you have it better than women, which doesn't do anything to improve that man's situation.
Sure.
And oftentimes when we look at things like male privilege, when we talk about male privilege, there are absolutely some statistical things where men are privileged 100%. But oftentimes those statistics, if we look at things like, you know, average income, a lot of the reason that the income...
Here I am, Sag. Who will think of the white men? Who will advocate for the white men?
Is that way is because there is a small group of people who earn a ton.
Sure.
And I don't know if you're how into statistics you are, but you know, the whole
I
point
worked in finance.
Yeah. So mean and median, right? What's the difference?
Yes.
Median is less resistant to outliers. But when people talk about income equality, no one is talking about median. Everyone's talking about mean. So we're literally, the statistical methods that we are using open ourselves up to outliers. So when you've got like, you know, the like Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, like Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, and Elon Musk, right? When you've got those like 5 dudes at the top, how much are they skewing things? And this is what you see as a psychiatrist. Like, I see men getting fucking dumpstered right, left, and center. Doesn't mean that women aren't getting dumpstered too.
I agree. I mean, I just feel like just the framing of the conversation is adversarial. It's like you're almost saying like women do well or men do well.
Right.
And like I can imagine being a man who got unemployed and is being told he's a piece of shit would feel horrible. Like that's not what you want to hear.
I said, wait, so how does this address Nazis on Twitch again?
Right. So
right?
I don't think
I completely understand.
I don't believe, I mean, so it's not that it isn't effective. I shouldn't say that. I don't know how to engage in that kind of action in what I believe to be a highly effective way. I could call people out right, left, and center. Like, I think people do stupid shit all the time.
But do you not feel like someone watching you would be like, oh, thank God he said something?
Sure. Of course.
So isn't that a net positive?
No. I think validating the feelings of someone in your audience does not necessarily make the world a better place. This is a huge mistake that we've made recently. We've started confusing being offended with being injured.
No, dude. No, dude. No. No, actually, having Nazis in a platform makes it actually less safe emotionally and physically for the people that they're attacking. In this case, it's trans people. In this case, it's, you know, South Asians that we're talking about specifically in this conversation. Like, yeah, this manifests in real violence. This manifests in real violence. It's also like wild that we're talking about this when like female streamers were just attacked on camera like 2 days ago. The misogyny, the extremist misogyny that has been given an okay and been given a platform by this platform is already coming to, like that shit's already roosting. You understand? Like that shit is already here. We're experiencing it right now. The like female streamers are not safe on the platform. And it's because a lot of misogyny is rising on the platform.
And we've started emphasizing,
and it's always been there,
validation over improvement. What everyone wants to hear right now is like, so I learned this lesson when I was talking to someone at MIT Security. So like back when I was working in emergency rooms, right? So one day, like a patient came in who was a student at MIT, and we were just talking, like either they came with MIT Security and everything was kind of sorted out. So I was just hanging out with the guy. And we talked a little bit about safety. And he's like, my job is not to make people.
I said, what, wrong. Women are less safe on this platform because Nazis are unchallenged. Trans people are less safe because Nazis are unchallenged.
Feel safe. It's to make people safe. There's a big difference. Mm-hmm. So I think some of these subtleties have completely been lost. What everyone is looking for is validation. What I think is actually really scary is when people don't get validated, they will engage in a new form of bullying, which is called cancel culture. When you say something that doesn't...
Oh my God, dude.
make me feel good, I feel offended. That's not the same as injured, right? When you say something that is contrary to the worldview that I hold, I demonize you and I'm going to bully you into shutting the fuck up. We see this a lot. And I'm not saying that cancel culture doesn't have good attributes to it.
Yeah.
But like, you know,
who's been canceled? Who's been canceled? Who has been canceled? Can you point to the canceled guy? Who said something that offended somebody and got canceled? Can you tell me? Can you show me one? Who?
Things that really, and I'll give you a simple example.
Let's see who cancels who.
I know you've got a response, but so sometimes I'll do interviews with people who are considered toxic. And those are some of the best conversations I've had.
Sure.
And what really blows my mind is when I tell people, yeah, I worked in...
I said, Dr. K should read a history book sometime.
jail for 3 months. Everyone is like, "Arey wow, look at you doing working, you're served and working with all these criminals. It's such a noble thing."
You're right.
Like I've worked with.
Also, who's this? Oh, it's Worcester. Worcester. Hi, Daddy. Thank you for standing for trans rights.
Accused.
Don't call me Daddy.
Who are
Don't call me Daddy.
Convicted rapists. And working with a convicted rapist makes me a hero, but talking to an accused rapist makes me a villain? Like, what?
Right.
So I think that there's a lot of just weird, like, cognitive stuff going on. And for me, it's like having conversations with people, increasing understanding is sort of like the avenue that I take. And recognizing that really most people are doing, and this is like, I mean, it's a little bit stupid, honestly, but it's what I choose to believe. Most people are basically doing the best that they can.
Sure.
Right? So when someone is racist, I mean, I'm sure that there's a group of those people who like very actively choose to be racist, but I would say the majority of them, I mean, this is my lived experience, like growing up in Texas.
Yeah, right, Mimi?
You know, and dealing with I mean, we didn't eat beef growing up.
Yeah.
Or not much anyway. And so like I got, you know, they're like, "Oh, I'm eating your God. Ha ha ha."
Classic.
And they just don't understand, you know, like these kids are ignorant.
Yeah.
And even people who are like the most toxic people on the planet oftentimes have histories of trauma. right? The toxicity is born from somewhere. And there's, I mean, some subset of people who are probably sociopaths who maybe are really born with it, but like that's a very small percentage of the population, definitely less than 5%. So I think there's all kinds of like weird trends in embracing fragility.
Oh my God, corny.
Maple Takes, thank you for the tier 3, buddy.
Tomato.
Appreciate that.
Tomatoes.
Chat, go follow Maple Takes, please. How much of this is Dr. K just wanting to? I don't know. I don't think we can really wanting to code for Asmund for his audience. I don't even know. I think it's like I feel uncomfortable. Like this is a conversation that I am not a part of. I'm very fascinated by this conversation, but I don't know why I don't know Dr. K. I don't know this I don't know him. I don't feel comfortable like hypothesizing about why he has these opinions, but these are some fucking trash opinions. These are some very bad opinions. But it's also like he's obviously a smart guy. Just like read a book, dude. I don't know. He just doesn't seem very well read about any of this stuff at all. You know, it just, he seems like way out of his league, way out of his depth. And Squeex is trying to have a really important political conversation. And I'm happy that there are people like Squeex on this platform. You know, like I'm really, really grateful that there are people like Squeex who see what's going on and feel a responsibility to fight against it, because it can't be just us on the left. You know, it can't, like, we don't really have any power on this. And like, obviously, like I am, you know, I have the audience I have. I'm very grateful for them, you know, for all of you, but I don't have the kind of impact that a Squeex could have. Or if, you know, Squeex is able to do this and Ludwig sees it and, you know, moves with Ludwig, and then it becomes like a bunch of people, then it's no longer, you know, this is how you protect the space of Twitch. On this platform, we protect like our trans chatters, we protect our undocumented chatters, our women chatters. Like, you know, these people like are going to be attacked more and more and feel less and less safe on this platform if Nazis are allowed to operate here and there's not any pushback. You know, if there's not people who are willing to say this is fucking bullshit and like fuck that guy, you know, if there aren't people who are willing to say that, then we don't, you know, it just becomes a worse place, and we need people to push back. We do. Squeex is 100% right in his feeling of responsibility for this. Chuck Dies, thank you for the gifted sub.
You know, differing realities at play.
Sure.
All kinds of cognitive bias. And, you know, when I call
Chuck Dies with another one.
Something, all it does is galvanize the people that support me and entrench the people that oppose me.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't, I think that it's creating more of an antagonistic and polemic environment.
I don't think this is true either. Like, you don't debate or like reach out to Nazis. Like, I don't think you reach Nazis personally by like appealing to their morality or appealing to their, you know, I don't think you do that. Nazis will lie. They will prey on people's fear and emotions. They'll change up whatever they're saying, whatever they need to do to get into power. Everything is relative to them. It's literally just about power and othering. Like, they will use whatever is convenient. And so, like, the truth doesn't matter. The facts don't matter. And so the only thing you should do with Nazis is remove their platform. Like, deplatforming them actually fucking works. You know, making it an unsafe place for Nazis is the way that it always should be. And it's kind of crazy we even have to have this conversation. Like, we're not talking about a difference in political opinion. We're talking about a chat that is like openly posting fucking Hitler salutes, like Hail Hitler, Sieg Heils in the chat constantly. W Nazis constantly. Like, this is an outright Nazi movement that's festering on this platform.
Where in order for one person to win, the other person has to lose. And that's what we're seeing.
It just feels like it's such a, what you're saying makes complete sense, and it sounds very...
Yeah, like, I'm okay with Nazis losing. I want Nazis to lose, and I have no qualms saying that. I have no qualm saying that. I think we should all say Nazis should lose. We know what happens when they win. Nazis should lose.
Like noble. But when the other side is being so antagonistic, to meet that with no friction whatsoever seems to me like lazily pacifist. That's what it, like, so, and then like what I would also say is, you know, you mentioned that, you know, your people, you know, you say fragility.
Wait, did I chat? I said, yeah, I'm fine with Nazis losing. We know what happens when they win. Yeah, exactly. My same take.
And people aren't being targeted. It's like, you know, what's the end result of targeted hate is violence. Is that is that incorrect? Like, look at, you know, I'm just saying, like, if there's a group that is being so targeted, I'm not even saying South Asians. We could talk about many minorities or even white people. I just think that there should be a guiding voice, and maybe not even calling people out, just saying like, hey, like, this isn't a normal thing to say.
Okay. Yeah. So let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
What's been your experience?
With what specifically?
So when you say, like, you know, targeted hate results in violence.
Yeah.
That's something
it does.
That we need friction. That there is a lazy pacifism.
Yeah.
In my view. So, like, help me understand that. I don't walk back your words.
I'm not walking back my words. So,
but like, I really want to understand, you know, why you think I'm a lazy pacifist. I'm totally fine with that.
No, I'm not calling you a lazy pacifist.
Okay.
I didn't mean it.
Apparently banned by mistake. God, why would they say that? Twitch is so stupid. Oh my God, why would they say that? That's so... Twitch is so bad at PR, bro. Like, they always put out the worst statements of all time.
In that way, what I'm trying to say is, I'm very prone. I myself am the lazy pacifist, but what I'm trying to say is, if people on the common conversation becomes like, fuck this group of people. Like, you can say any group of people. You could say Jews, you could say Palestinians, you can say Indians, you can say Pakistanis. And if everyone is sharing that view and it's being pushed to the top of algorithms, then then what I find is there's this sort of implicit acceptance by not speaking out against it.
He's right.
And that there's a responsibility that people have to say, no, you know what? I'm not going to be meeting that vitriol with vitriol. I think that's wrong. You know, like, I think that's an incorrect stance to have. And let me explain to you why. And, you know, try to have a conversation.
Squeex is so base, dude, for real. For real. Squeex is, I love Squeex, man. Also, I have to say, I both at the when I filmed the creator dodgeball thing, Squeex is the only person that I had to, like, I shook his hand and I was like, dude, I love your streams. I think you're fucking hilarious. You know, I just appreciate what you do. And he was like, thank you. And then I did the same thing at the Streamer Awards. He's like the only streamer that I've actually, like, you know, been like, you know what, dude, mad respect for what you do. I love it.
And I think that,
and I got good taste, man. Like, this is, I was just so happy to see this conversation and to see Squeex grappling with these feelings and doing it in the open and being like, I feel like I need to say something. I don't really know what to say. This needs to be addressed. This needs to be addressed. And he's right. It does. It needs to be fucking addressed.
Is very responsible. But for a long time, you know, you hear people being so vitriolic.
Also, welcome in Hasanabi Raiders.
You know,
we're watching a conversation between Dr. K and Squeex. Squeex is talking about the responsibility to stand up against hatred and racism that's like increasing on the internet. And Dr. K is saying some of the most unhinged shit you've ever heard. But Squeex is so based. I love Squeex for this. We are massive Squeex fans. He's doing so good. He's doing so well. Like, we sit and we observe our king, Squeex, our Pookie.
Sat on my hands, and I still sort of sit in my hands because I'm like, I don't want
Doctor Who, Dr. K,
because it's bad for business, or it's, you know, I don't want to come off in a certain way. But I'm trying to say is like I do inside feel a responsibility to call out bad ideas or hateful ideas.
What happened, Squeex, in your life that triggered the desire for this conversation?
Nothing specifically targeted towards me, funny enough. It's just what happened is I just remember what it's like to be a kid and seeing an injustice that adults aren't talking about. But it's funny. It's crazy. I feel I haven't been targeted at all.
I said question mark, question mark, question mark. Maybe he paid attention in history class. Yeah. I paid attention in 9th grade, dude. The fuck you mean? Like, yeah, like what? Huh? Like, I don't need to experience a hatred or experience a Holocaust to stand against fascism. This is a ridiculous like question to even posit. Like
at all. Like, I am not the victim in this whatsoever, but I do feel there is a targeting towards South Asian people. And so I feel like, inside I'm, 40% South, 40% Indian and 60% speedrunner. But that 40% is like ringing the bell. Like, you can't let them say this to you. Like, you can't let them say this to your group.
What makes you feel that way?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
What was when you said something about, people passing, standing by while injustice was being done?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Is that something that you experienced?
Like, personally? Not really.
I had to turn on I had to go. I was incognito before this moment. I turned on the purple check mark. Okay, I turned on the purple check mark and I said, you know what? Gloves off. Gloves off.
I see it on the internet.
Someone used your email in Hassan's chat. I had to follow. Thank you for the perfect emotes. Hell yeah, Rock. Welcome in. Chat, if anybody can gift Rock so we can use all of our awesome emotes, that would be really awesome. Maybe he'll come back later.
What bothers me is that it feels like it's changing how people talk about topics. And I feel like that...
Himbo, thank you for the tier 1 to Rock. Thank you.
That can often lead to just a more
3 gifted a
like
tier 1
hateful
subscription
society.
to Rock 0.
And I think that's like the injustice that I'm talking about. Like, it just doesn't sit with me right.
Yeah, and it shouldn't.
It bothers you.
That's because you have a heart, bro. That's called being a good person and having a heart, man. And it feels good, and you should protect that part of you, Squeex. Chuck Dies, 25 gifted. Let's fucking go. Thank you, Chuck Dies. Thank you.
Subscriptions to the...
No, but it's true, chat. Like, you should protect the soft parts of you. You should. Calm like a Tom with 20 gifted. Oh my God, juicing me. Thank you.
Tom gifted 20.
I can't imagine being a therapist and trying to talk your client out of having empathy. Yeah. The whole other thing is that this is like, he's a therapist. And he's like, can you prove your racism? Like, what? Can you prove the racism that's happened to you? That's so wild. That's so wild to me. Like, I don't know. Like, where's your data that proves that there's racism against South Asian people? Like, what? It gets worse. I'm sorry, it gets worse. I have pre-watched.
You about it.
And it's also interesting because, like, honestly, outside of the whole therapy dynamic that he's trying to force into this conversation, the question is really, as a South Asian person with a platform on the internet, how do you feel that we should act, and how should we fight against this racism that we're experiencing? You know, that's the question that they're going through and that they're talking about. You know, and I can't help but feel like, you know, I can't help but feel like Dr. K is taking the path of the least risk. Are we past the eugenics part? No, not yet. No spoilers. But he I feel like he just wants to take the path of the least risk. You know, he doesn't want to take on risk of standing up for marginalized people. You know, and I feel like we've seen this a lot. Remember, like we talked about it with the Will Neff Asman drama when Will Neff was talking about OTK, and how I feel like a lot of people are just in this position, and we are experiencing the rise of fascism in this country, and it is not a time for cowardice. You know, it is not a time to keep your head down and keep doing what you were doing before, and, you know, just keep like, you know, just like don't ruffle any feathers and don't take any risks. We are not in that time. That time was past a long time ago. We are in the time of resistance and openly standing up and saying, you are safe. Trans people are safe. And I will fight to keep it that way. Like, that's where we're at, right? And it's just really, I love seeing people like Squeex feel that we're at this moment. And I want to, I don't know. Obviously I don't know Squeex. Like, I'm not in the position to be like giving him advice, but I love to see this line of questioning from Squeex. And it, you know, I would love to like give him guidance, or like, you know, kind of like be like, yeah, here's how we can actually fight against this stuff. Like, you know, I don't know. I think we do need to be like coordinating, and we do need to be having these conversations. You know, like we do need to fight back. We need to challenge these ideas that are on the platform. They're very harmful, and they're very like, it's scary. And I'm protective of this space that we've built. Like, it's beautiful to me that we still have a space on the internet where we can talk openly about leftist politics, and we can be, you know, like we have a safe space for trans people and you know, activists and all of this stuff. Like, this is important to me, and it is directly threatened by the rise of like people like Asmongold on the platform, you know, in a big way.
I think the injustice of it bothers me about it. Like, people aren't being looked at by their merits, but rather people are coming in with their preconceived notion of people. And growing up, if you're a kid and you hear people say like Indian people are, you know, soy, whatever, I don't know. Obviously, it doesn't affect me, but for the kid that hears that, it will almost make sure they turn out to be a loser. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. If everyone in their life is like, you're a fucking dweeb, you're a, you know, whatever, Indian people work in the telemarket, whatever. What I'm trying to say is like, I want for that kid listening to be like, that's not true. You can be awesome. Bindis are awesome. Diwali is better than Christmas. Like, you know, I want to just be like the voice of people being like, you know, have your dal chawal. It's cooler than a ham sandwich. You know, like, you don't hear that voice on the internet. And so that's sort of where I come from, if that makes sense.
Why don't you hear that voice on the internet?
No Browns. I think there's a lot of people. It's like, I'll draw an analogy if you don't mind. Let me know if it's too contrived. But okay. I used to work in investment banking, and there was a lot of men, a lot of like, you know, classic banking men, and the women that would be promoted were like trying to fit the mold of a man. Like, it was like, look, we have very masculine women because that's the traits that we select for. In the same way with streaming, what I've realized is a lot of the traits that are selected are very cookie cutter, are very like, so like a lot of Indian people often can't succeed because of their brownness. Like, and you know, and I hate to, this is just absolutely anecdotal, but you know, it's just like, a lot of Indian streamers, Dr. K, in the past would not use face cams because there was a fear of what people would say because they're brown. And I think that's bullshit, and that pisses me off because being Indian's awesome.
How has being Indian affected you?
In massive ways. Like, I feel like I grew up with extremely rich culture. I'm very close to my family.
Jeltzy, thank you for the gifted sub.
I'm just a regular Desi boy. I grew up in Mumbai. I love Bollywood. I love the music, the food, and I want to share it with people.
So I'm a therapist, and this is a conversation that I've had with colleagues. We don't understand how you'd end up being a therapist and be on the right because the position of empathy doesn't exist. I mean, yeah, it seems like he's like replaced empathy with like this like relativist perspective where it's like, well, nothing can actually be known. You know what I mean? Like it's like, you know, like, oh, well, like maybe it's just it doesn't exist. Like, and maybe it's like all relative, you know, maybe like what you consider to be racism is not somebody else's racism. And it's like that doesn't matter because I consider it to be racism, and it doesn't matter because I'm bothered by it. Like I'm, you know, whether or not you think it's real, my emotions are valid, and I am bothered by it, and I feel a responsibility to talk about it and to talk out against it. Do you know what I mean? Like he's taking Squeex' point and he's saying, okay, let's put that to the side and let's talk about this entirely different thing that I want to talk about. And it's like, no, like that's not the thing we're talking about, you know?
And so like I don't know, I have a, you know, Ludwig and Pokey, we watched Cubby Cushy Cubby Gum. It was a dream come true, and I imagine being a young brown Indian Squeex being like, bro, Pokemon and Ludwig watching Cubby Cushy Cubby Gum is mind-boggling. So like I just imagine like stuff that I do to introduce Indian culture to the wider arena of streamers it's very fulfilling. So when I see hate for the same minority of Indian cultures, I feel like if I'm here to celebrate all the great parts, I have to call out some of the bullshit too.
Oh yeah, I was like, chat, how do you spell that? I want to Google that movie. I love Bollywood. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Why don't you?
Oh, I do.
Okay.
I do.
And
but
what do you say?
It's like if some streamer or someone says some stupid shit, or if I read something on the internet, I'm like,
Kabi Kushi Kabi Gum.
I get involved.
Is it good?
And how do you do that?
Oh, I call them a fucking idiot.
Is that really along the lines of what you say?
Yeah. Pretty much.
I mean,
looks good.
Help me understand the connection between being an investment banker and being brown.
Oh, well, I wasn't making the...
Also, I will say, I sympathize with fans of Bollywood in general, especially my Indian friends who want to show Indian movies to people, because they are great, but it is just hard to get people to sit down for like 3.5 hour movies. Like this movie is 210 minutes. You know, and they're all super long, but it's always good. It's always worth it. You know, it's always worth it. Three Idiots is a fucking classic. RRR is a fucking classic.
Saying like in the same way.
No, I know. I mean, for you, like, what was that journey like?
It was.
Oh, bro, I knew Arun would have a problem with that. Listen. I don't know about the politics. I just like the movie. Big tiger fight strong man. It was cool.
Was what we call brown investment bankers are failed doctors. You know what I mean, Dr. K? Yeah. We call them second string. No, it was like
do screenings in India have intermissions? Yeah.
I think a lot of Indian culture focuses on hard work. And almost like the way I describe it to my friends is like there's a suffer currency in terms of employment where it's like if you're
super
really
deluxe
job and you're suffering, a lot of Indian people would be like, yeah, that's the cost of it. Like that's so good. And so that's sort of the link between like, oh, investment banking is so miserable, but that's why
this looks sick.
Weird, in a way.
Yeah. So let me just see if I'm understanding you. So
Sure.
You see a lot of anti-South Asian hate.
Mm-hmm.
You can imagine, so you feel hurt by that.
Yeah, I like not to my own self, but I feel hurt.
Also, I'm in chat here too. I'm in chat. UC Davis greater than Harvard W.
One else seeing that hate, like I feel responsibility more than hurt. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. But I'm confused about how you can connect those two dots, right? So generally speaking.
I will say Dr. K is what happens when you follow CBT, which is cognitive behavioral therapy to a T. It exists with the understanding of Stoic philosophy, and that philosophy fits in perfectly with one, making yourself fit into capitalism, and two, making it about the self, not the system. True. And I actually think a lot of people on the left have problems with therapy for this reason. Because you go into therapy and you're like talking about the ways that society has made it hard for you to exist in the world, and then they're like, well, we can't fix that. You know what I mean? But sometimes you just need to be like, you just need to bitch. Sometimes you just need to go to therapy to bitch about stuff. You know what I mean? It's true. And of course, there's always things you can improve about yourself to make life more enjoyable, But I think a good therapist should also tell you to fucking go get organized. To get involved in your local community, to like feel power. I think if you're especially if you're on the left, I say this every fucking stream and I can't say it enough, okay? If you're on the left and you're on Twitch all the time and you're watching like streams and you're engrossed in political discussions all the time and you don't have a way to put that energy into the real world, it's going to eat at you. You're going to feel powerless. You're going to feel burnt out. Like this in the most direct way, politics is not a spectator sport. This is not a spectator sport. If you care about this and you're just viewing it from afar and you're not participating in it in any meaningful way, it's going to make you burn out. It's going to make you feel hopeless. It's going to lead you to despair. Because that's the world that we live in. The world we live in it exists and it's built up to make you feel like you're powerless, to make you feel like you have no say. And you have to go out into the world and do the thing that feels impossible for you to realize that it's not impossible. You have to build that power. You have to actually go out and participate and organize and meet people where they're at. Even if they're not as far left as you have to meet people where they're at and build build solidarity with them. And through doing acts of kindness, through doing mutual aid, you will build solidarity and you will be able to make the argument better to those people because they will be in solidarity with you. That's real. That's what politics is. It's not something you just watch from afar, especially if you're just watching fucking Donald Trump talk or watching the Democrats and waiting for them to save you. That's going to lead you to be depressed. It's going to lead you to feel hopeless. Like, that's not how this shit works. You actually do have to have praxis. You have to do things that actually change the world. You go out and you take action. That's the secret,
When we feel empty.
And not enough streamers will talk about this on the left, unfortunately, because unfortunately I feel like not enough people are in it. And not enough people are doing that. Right? Yeah, no one's coming to save us. Save yourself. Save yourself.
Empathy for someone else's hurt, that's rooted in our own experience in some way. So how do we know that getting hit in the nuts hurts? Because we've been hit in the nuts before, right? How do we know that heartbreak hurts? Because we've been there and we know how it sucks.
Yeah.
So what I'm curious about is what was your experience?
Chuck Dies, thank you for the gifted sub.
With South Asian hate.
Sure, I would love to get into that. I mean, I just know when I was younger, and it's something that we sort of take for granted, speaking on the DEI stuff, a lot of people don't know, and please share with me your experiences. When you don't see people that look like you on TV or represented in media or anything, it's like, you feel a little isolated. There's no, whenever there's an Indian person in a movie, it's like a classic, hello, how are you? Peter Sellers in The Party. But, the fact that I'm granted...
I said you don't have to feel racism or hate to recognize it's wrong and fight against it. I think this is true too. You don't have to be somebody who experiences oppression to fight against oppression. This idea that the only way you have empathy is by experiencing it yourself is not true. It's not true.
I'm so fortunate to have a platform. I'm like,
It's
hopefully.
kind of funny how much this is Squeex chat. This is Squeex chat. So Squeex chat is super based and supporting their base streamer.
Indian people well, because growing up we didn't have any good representation. That's why we just retreat into our, kuch kuch hota hai and stuff.
And
In
when
American Western culture, at least.
And when people direct the South Asian hate that you see, what do they say? Like, what is their representation of South Asians? Like, what do they think about?
It's like they call they're like smelly, dirty people, and and they're not very refined. Like terrorists, dirty, stuff like that. Call center worker. It's just like.
Okay, I have to give a trigger warning here, chat. If you have been upset by what Dr. K has said previous to this moment, plug your ears so smoke doesn't start coming out of them, because it's about to get fucking bad. It's about to get bad in here, all right?
Soy, I heard this thing where it's like, Indian people are physically built in a different way. It's like, yeah, motherfucker, we're on our computers. Yeah, what the fuck do you mean?
So this may sound kind of weird, but everything that you said is pretty consistent with some of my experience.
With Indian people?
Yes.
Yes. Can I interject?
He's like, but dude, we are smelly. Like, what? Huh? What?
With what you said, yes, but what you're saying is not coming from a place of vitriol. When someone says that sort of the same sort of thing on the internet where it is trying to be hateful, that's where I take offense to it. Like, I have friends who I love to introduce them to Indian culture, and they will poke fun, but it comes from a place of love. It doesn't come from a place of hate.
Yeah. So I think there are a couple things here. One is what's your goal? Is it to stop the hate, or is it to bolster the person who feels attacked by the hate?
Yeah, to bolster the person.
Bill Boneless, welcome in.
What do you mean by
Yeah, that's also a really weird question. Like, what do you mean? No, we want to chastise the person that's doing the hate. We want to make them feel unwelcome. We want to make those ideas, a pariah. We want to make those ideas a disgusting pariah that people feel shame about holding. That's our goal. And I think it's a good goal. I think we should be fighting for that goal. Welcome in, Bill. Chat, if you could please go do me a favor and go follow Bill Boneless. Bill Boneless is an awesome streamer on the left. Been a member of this community forever and ever. One of the oldest fans of the channel. Go check out Bill for me, please.
Bolster.
So you're saying that when you speak out in favor of something, and you say dal chawal is great, or there's representation because I can, if I'm brown, I can be a Twitch streamer. Like I don't have to be a doctor or an investment. There's there's third string.
No, that's like 90th string, Dr. K. Or that's like coming out of the closet for Indian people as being mom, dad, I'm a contact.
Let's go, Ikamishu.
He said,
thank you so much.
To the person that feels attacked by the hate.
Let's go understand.
Oh,
Marshall just subscribed.
Well, okay. In that case, I do think yes. I think yes. I think you do want to bolster the person that feels attacked. You want to make them feel safe. You want to protect a space for them to be in your community. But I think you also want to make those opinions like a pariah. Racism should not be a thing that people should be allowed to be openly. Every time you see racism, you should fight it. There's no excuse for racism, right? Like we don't allow it ever. And this is not a bad, nobody should argue with this. Like, what are we doing? It's wild we even have to say this. But it's typically it's not so much like an endorsement of racism. It's like a implicit endorsement, right? It's like this is happening around me and I'm not saying anything to stop it. That's the real issue that Squeex is talking about here. He feels that he does have a responsibility to speak up against that. And he's right to, and we should. It's not good enough to be neutral. This is not a time for cowardice. You know? This is a time for taking risks and fighting for space.
Harder nowadays.
Yeah.
Right? So I think there's, and so where do you think the malice comes from?
The malice of the person posting?
Yeah.
I think it, as you said, I think you put it really well. It comes
Chuck dies with another gifted, thank you.
from ignorance, but it also comes from a place of like,
Chuck D's gifted a tier
this
1
is what does
subscription to
well
Zero.
on the internet, so I'm going to spew that sort of stuff.
Okay. So I think there are a couple of things here. One
Sure.
is that, so I think if you want to speak up, and I like, I'm in favor of that, right? So like, you know, we'll post like some pictures to our socials when we celebrate like holidays like Diwali. Like we'll do that, you know, like, and I think it's fine. I'm not, I think celebrating our culture is awesome.
Sure.
And that's something that I do just about every time I show up anywhere publicly. I celebrate my roots in some way. So I think that the first thing is that, you know, the way that I try to approach this problem, and I'll first caveat is that I'm the beneficiary of people who do things that are not my way. So there are people.
So I said, if all streamers spoke out and said that shit is whack, they would feel less comfortable espousing those views. Yeah. You know, and a lot of Squeex' chat is agreeing with me too.
Who are like my buddy who will advocate so that when there's a textbook that says this person is a Brahmin and has a picture of a mullah, like they're like, hey, you can't, this is wrong, right? This is not factually correct. Like if you want to talk about Brahmins, at least put the right picture in there. So I'm the beneficiary of people who do advocacy work. So I'm not saying that my way is the best way or the only way or even necessarily a good way.
Is it me replying you? Yeah, I was wondering if anybody was in here.
You know, for a kid who is listening to this stuff, who is listening to hate and feels attacked,
Wait, Doctor, can you give us more context of this with where they're talking about caste here? I actually don't know what he's talking about.
Say something that bolsters that person's confidence, helps them not feel alone. I think that's fantastic. Right. So like, hey, like like we should sell. So if your culture is being attacked, your culture can also be celebrated.
Yeah.
And that's one way to balance those two things out. I think that's fantastic because I think it doesn't engage in this entrenchment and intolerance. It's not so much about saying that this person is wrong. It is about showing this person another version of reality where like there are parts of you that you don't have to be ashamed of. Right. So I think that's fantastic. All for it. I think I try to do that in some ways. So speaking of representation, right. So that's where like, I mean, that's
Oh, he's just saying Americans get brown people mixed up while trying to shit on caste. Okay.
something I take very seriously about, and it's not just representing South Asians. So I try to represent psychiatrists that have a really bad, I mean, when I was.
Yeah. He's saying that calling out racism is a form of intolerance. That's wild. Why are they spamming Joel? Because his chat is fun. You guys wouldn't understand. Squeex chat they have fun.
Med school, you know, one of my surgery attendings was like, you should not do psychiatry. And I was like, why not? And he's like, you're too smart to be
But I made a joke about Dr. K suddenly becoming woke on caste because if you're going to call it Brahmins, at least get it right. Yeah.
a psychiatrist. I was like, what does that mean?
Right. You want to select for dumb psychiatrists? It's crazy.
So I try to be a representative of the things that I believe in, which is being South Asian, which is being a man, which is being someone who is spiritual or religious, which like, I think it's totally fine. There's a rise of atheism, but there's also, I mean, I think that's a good thing.
Yeah.
But there's also a rise of.
This is the healthy gamer guy. Yeah. What up, Mason? How's it going?
Specifically in academic institutions. So if you're like religious, you're looked down upon in higher levels of academia because you're like, and because that's religious people have have formed an association of being stupid and anti-science. Like those two things have been associated. So I think being a form of representation to support certain ideas that there is anti sentiment towards. So I think being a man is another good example of like, you know, there's so much anti-masculine hatred out there. I think a lot of,
anti-masculine hatred. Like, what are you talking about?
Is in a sense justified because I think these people, you know, they don't just
like. Can you give me an example? What can you give me an example of this? I don't know where I don't know where you would even. I don't know what you would even say. Like what? Like divorce court? I guess is what they're gonna say. Like what? What would you even? What?
They're not born hating men. It's that when you're 9 years old and you start to get sexualized and you get sent dick pics like every week from random people when you're 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, when you've got a TA or a professor who, you know, tells you they've got like, it's like really hard to like when you're a woman and you open your mouth on voice chat, it's really hard to not be scarred by your experiences with men. And also like, you know, when they say something that is hateful towards men, I think arguing with them about not all men doesn't serve the purpose.
No, definitely not. Yeah.
Right? It doesn't. It just gets people angry on both sides. I think the attitude that.
Okay, it's very wild to be like, yeah, these women are telling me about their experiences of sexual assault and being sexualized from the age of 9 years old, and they're reflecting on men in general and masculinity, and like they're reflecting on patriarchy and living in the society that is built for and by men. And he's like, he takes that personally, like he thinks that's bigotry. Like what? Yeah, men are sending the pic. Like, you're describing the reasons why people feel this way. Sparky Pilot, what up? Thank you for the sub. Sparky Pilot, you were recommended on my Twitch dashboard today. It was like it showed you were live. It was like live. This person subs to you. I was like, oh shit, I didn't know that Sparky Pilot streamed, but you weren't live. But I was like, oh, okay, cool. I think I followed. Let me make sure I follow. Uh-oh, I don't know how. User card. Anyway.
That I take is that I'm happy to be a man.
Chat, go follow Sparky Pilot.
Cuddle with my kids. I'm happy to work for
fellow community member.
Threaten my masculinity, and it's like she's better at that job and I'm better at this job, and that's why we do it that way. And so I think that I think representation, positive representation, I'm all in favor of, and I think that's in a sense the right direction. That's one really positive direction that I can totally get behind.
Yeah.
So I think celebrating Dal Chawal, sort of saying that like, you know, like Indian food is great, is good.
Yeah.
I think also some of these things around, you know, body types being different. It's not because we're in front of a computer all day. Like our fat ratios.
This is the part, chat. This is where it's like, what the fuck?
The percentage of body fat that we hold on to as brown people, like our musculature and body fat percentages are not what is traditionally aesthetic.
Yeah, but then fucking Kumail Nanjiani got so ripped, and now we're all weak compared to him.
It's way harder for the average person to get ripped than it is for other ethnicities.
Sure.
And that has to do with our metabolism. We also have really bad heart disease, despite the fact that we do not have a lot of the high risk parts of diet for heart disease. We do have a lot of other ones. But we literally have like small vasculature. So there's a cardiologist down in Florida who specifically practices cardiology for Indian people because our vasculature is different. So physiologically, we are different. It's hard for us to be sexy in the way that is traditionally sexy in our media right now. And sure, you can do it. Or
he's not licensed anymore, right? I don't even know.
Some of us can do it.
Thanks.
But it's hard.
Yeah.
Okay, for the record, Kumail Nanjiani took a fuckload of steroids. I see people mentioning. I was gonna just let it go, but that guy's roided out. Hello, come on.
Right. So I think a lot of those like racist things I think make sense. I mean, but I think that the attitude, like, so for example,
a lot of those racist things I think make sense is an actual word for word verbatim quote he just said.
Indian people smelling bad. Like, I hate to say this.
Okay, we gotta go back. How do I go back without fucking ruining it? I think we got it.
Right. So I think a lot of those like racist things I think make sense. I mean, but I think that the added like, so for example, Indian people smelling bad. Like, I hate to say this, but I used to make fun of people who were from India smelling
Because
bad.
we eat such insanely masalad food.
That's part of it. Like why?
Dude, what? Chuck Dies, thank you so much for the gifted sub.
Wife and I
also, like, Squeex is taking this like a fucking champ. He came to this guy, this poor man, Squeex, came to this guy with such a real concern. Wait, are we in an ad right now? Hold on. Where's my ad looker? Oh, we are in an ad for 50 seconds. Okay, we'll go back for them. But like, he came to this guy and he's like, I am seeing fucking like racism against South Asian people all over the internet. Do you want chat alerts? I can see him. It says 30 seconds left. I just forget to look, so I don't know when they're actually running or not. I just kind of let them run. It's fine. Okay, Squeex comes to them. Squeex comes to him with a very specific question of, I'm seeing South Asian racism happening more often on the internet. I feel a responsibility to talk back, to fight against it. How do you feel about this? And he has now moved on to, well, actually, Indian people are smelly. And all those racist things you were describing are kind of true. It's like, dude, I feel like, I don't know, man. I would feel terrible if I was like, Squeex is just taking this as such a champ. I would feel this would rip my heart out. This would rip my heart out if I was coming like with actual desire, to like to learn and like to like grapple with this important question I'm dealing with. And this is the response.
Emotionally sexy in our media right now.
Mm-hmm.
And sure, you can do it. Some of us can do it.
Thanks.
But it's hard.
Yeah.
Right. So I think a lot of those like racist things I think make sense. I mean, but I think that the added like, so for example, Indian people smelling bad.
Like us.
Let's go. Ikamishu, thank you for the gifted sub.
I hate to say this, but I used to make fun of people who were from India smelling bad.
Because we eat such insanely masalad food.
That's part of it. Like,
he's like, yeah, people say Indians smell bad. I also say that. He's like, I also make fun of Indian people for that too. It's like, dude, that's not helping.
My wife and I will be more careful about one of my daughter's hygiene, because if she eats certain kinds of food, she gets this genetic BO, man. Like it's like a thing.
Genetic.
Right? So now when I have, people who come over from,
oh my God, dude, I can't even.
From India, I'll have a compassionate,
his poor daughter, for real,
but focused conversation with them about hygiene, because hygiene standards are cultural. It doesn't mean that they're pathetic, but there are differences in hygiene. I don't know how things are now, but 20 years ago, there was there was a difference. And I remember when my dad would also have 20 years ago, I don't know, 30 years ago, I don't know if deodorant was available in India. I don't know if people use deodorant. Right. So when people would, and I'm not trying to say that Indian people are inherently smelly. I think the hygiene and, like you said, the food will, our sweat releases certain compounds in the same way that we can have garlic breath or onion breath. Right. So we exert volatile compounds from our lungs after we eat our garlic and onions. And there are certain things that come out of the sweat and give us like a funky BO. And it's the price we pay for delicious food.
Yeah. I just feel like there's what you're saying is so right, and it really rings true to me. But like, there's a line between this and like, can you say this? It's almost like you can say every racial stereotype is rooted in some truth. Are you willing to say that?
Not every.
Okay, but
a
lot of. But I just feel like it gets it. We're almost like Douglas Murray posting, where we're like,
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, dude, look, what you're saying is all right. Don't clip Squeex like that. He is trying to meet him where he's at. Yes, Imrala. He's trying to meet him where he's at and trying to like not turn this into a debate, you know? But then he goes on to like mention Charles Murray. He's like, you're doing race science. He's like, you're doing race science. And then he's like, I don't know who that is, which once again, the best chat of this whole day is UC Davis greater than Harvard. UC Davis greater than Harvard. It's the truth. The education levels are very apparent right here before us.
It's just this guy who like talks about like genetic differences and ethnicities, and like we can talk about Indian genetic differences because of our context. But I'd feel vastly uncomfortable if I was like talking to like Ludwig and he's like, bro, Indian people smell like shit. But you know what I mean?
I think
that's so Ludwig. Ludwig would so say that too.
That's a social rule that we have.
Yeah.
That if something is true about Indian people, we are allowed to say it,
Correct.
and other people aren't.
Correct.
Which is, I think, is like sort of I'm like, this is shaking ground here, but I think it like confuses me.
Okay.
So something is true, but only some people are allowed to speak the truth?
Like, dude, you're like, this is such a weird take. This is such a weird take. Like, do you really need somebody to explain to you why calling someone smelly is offensive? Do you need somebody to explain that to you? What the fuck? You're like an educated person. Like, what? Huh?
And you're allowed to speak the truth based on your race?
This is definitely.
So like, this is where like I think there's a lot of like intellectual laziness here, and I think your point about malice is a real.
Also, this is where I hit my best chat of the day while I was watching this. I said, "Chat, line up. We measure in skulls. We measure in skulls in here, chat. Get in line, baby."
Really good one, because I think what happens is a lot of people will pretend to be truth seekers.
That was my best chat of the whole day.
They're like, oh yeah, like it's true, right? But like
I'm just doing research into this, but it's like you have some agenda, obviously.
So I think you can say something that is true from a non-malice perspective or from a malice perspective.
Sure.
You can make comments that are factually correct. And I think this is where there's a lot of intellectual laziness.
Again, like, do you think that the statement that Indian people are smelly is a factually correct statement? That is an insane thing to argue. What? Like, that isn't factually correct. That's not factually correct. Anecdotal at best. Bro, every race of person smells. Every person has the capability of smelling. Like, what the fuck are we talking about, dude? What the fuck are we talking about? Anyone can be smelly. Yes, of course. Like, what are we doing? Like,
because if you say that there are more...
I'm white and I smell. Yeah.
Black people, the percentage...
Who cares? Right. It's just a weird thing to be like, yeah, well, that stereotype that people say to devalue your humanity. They say this to make you feel lesser than. Like, it is a racist statement that is used racially to make you feel bad. And everyone is aware of this. Everyone knows this. And the point that you're making in response to that is just like, well, I mean, it's kind of true, though. Like, it's like, what? Huh? What? What is that take? It's so bizarre to me. And I feel so bad for Squeex having to listen to this. But also, like, I just love that Squeex is like, we gotta stand up to Asman. We gotta fight against this here. And I'm with him, bro. This is great.
Of black people in prison in the United States outweighs...
Oh, this part's so crazy.
True from a non-malice perspective or from a malice perspective.
Sure.
You can make comments that are factually correct. And I think this is where there's a lot of intellectual laziness.
Yeah.
Because if you say that there are more black people, the percentage of black people in prison in the United States outweighs the percentage of the population, that is a factually true statement. I've seen that. When I was working in the jail, it took me 3 weeks to see a white person. I didn't even realize it until I was in week 3 and I was like, wait, something's different.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw a white person for the first time. It's like, holy shit. That's when it hit me.
Yeah.
I really didn't understand that statistic until I was like, I'm in Boston.
Yeah.
Like, Irish center of the United States. I mean, maybe not center. I'm sure other cities will disagree with that. But like so many Caucasian people, I didn't see a single white person until a single white patient. Guards were all white. But, you know, so like I think those statements are factually true, but I do not think that means black people are criminals. I think that criminal behavior has certain systemic things that desperation and poverty
They not like us.
Induce
They not
criminal
like
behavior.
us.
Like
They
those
not
are
like
like
us.
Okay, I think he actually brought it home there. He actually brought it home there. It was. I understand why everybody was very skeptical, but I do think he brought it home at the end. I know. I was like that too. I think I dropped a bruh at one point, but in the chat, you know, but he did bring it home, and he said, you know, what needs to be said there, which is that these are systemic issues that are rooted in poverty, rooted in, you know, white supremacy, the reasons why people do crimes, and what is criminalized. I'm obviously expanding on what he said and giving it a lot more context, but
like the two biggest things. So it's not that, you know, so I think there's a lot of like nuance here that's lost. And especially on the internet, when people are so reactive, and what people do is they judge based on their preconceived notions. They don't try to understand. They don't try to give people the benefit of the doubt.
Right.
So I'm kind of going all over the place, but I think
that totally makes sense.
So I wouldn't say that every racial stereotype is true, but I would say that human beings have a brain that forms patterns out of data.
Yeah, like what?
And before we think those patterns are true.
No, he didn't. He's not mentioning over policing and intimidation and false imprisonment. He's still saying that poor people do more crime when they don't. Rich people just get away with it. Yeah, you're right. 100%. You're right. I don't expect him to ever say that. And the fact that he even talked about systemic issues as a cause of it, I mean, to me, that was like, okay, you know, well, he gets it. At least he's not like saying, oh, well, black people must be more criminal, you know, which I think was the immediate like assumption that he was going to go towards, you know. I think that's what everybody thought he was going to go towards, was that like black people are criminals. You know, he did talk about that. For I thought he had gone to a hair salon yesterday. No. Why? Is my hair looking fresh? How's my hair looking? Looking good?
This same pattern generating machine can look at a cloud and see a bunny. There's no bunny there. Our pattern generating apparatus is not a one-to-one indicator of truth by any means. And I think our cognitive bias is actually in some way, so when you say, is every stereotype based in truth? I think the majority of stereotypes that we have are probably based in some truth. But I think if we look at some racism, like Indians are smart, that is not a factually true statement. Indians make good doctors is not a factually true statement.
Yeah.
And the reason that people believe that is because there is a...
Indians are smelly is a factually true statement, according to this guy, though. Like, that's literally what he just said before. Like, well, some people can say facts, but not other people. Indians can say we're stinky, but if a white person says it, that's bad. It's like, dude, you're so bad faith. It's actually wild. Like, I don't know why this needs to be explained to you. Because, like, at the end of the day, you know how that feels. You have been a victim of this. Like, there's no way you haven't you're an Indian person on the internet. Like, there's no fucking way you haven't, you know? It's just wild.
Election process where we're taking the top 5% of Indians and we're moving them from India to the United States where they all become doctors.
Yeah.
So it's not factually true. So like, I think that I wouldn't agree with that statement, but I think that a lot of the ethnic and racial stereotypes that we have, even though it's not factually true at that level, it is not surprising that if you're like a Caucasian person who grows up in the United States and 50% of your doctors are Indian, you would think that Indians are like into medicine. Like that's true though.
Sure, yeah.
So I think that's also where like when we say, okay, is this true or not true? It's like, it depends on how you cut the pie.
Yeah. But it's almost like it's almost like completely like it's if people are speaking with malice, regardless if it's true or not, the malice is still the same.
Yeah,
I have no idea, Che.
Yeah, so, I completely agree with you. But my thing is like when people speak with malice on anything related to South Asians or whatever.
Pause. Look at the kitty. Look at the kitty cat. Aww. Look at him. Oh, look at he's being really cute. That's my guy. Look at him. The two best parts of the stream. This is the content right here. Kidding.
So now the question becomes, so you said that you want to speak up for the sake of the person who's getting like collateral damage from the internet-based malice, right?
Yeah.
Fair enough. So what's your plan to deal with the malice? You don't have to have one, but I'm just curious, like, what do you think? Because you're saying that, malice is like, it's not the statement itself, right? There's a way in which that statement can be true. There's a way in which that statement can be false. We are allowed to make that statement and it's okay because of our race, right? So we can.
Your cat is just waiting for you to die so he can eat you. That's not true. My cat loves me. He's very sweet and rubs against me and is cute.
And just literally, I mean, there's like literally words.
We go like, "Hello, nice
language.
to see you." We can do
there
whatever.
are words in the English language that we're allowed to say or not say, depending on what.
Did y'all move to St. Louis yet? No, we're in Kansas City, and we're still in the moving process.
Color of our skin is
sure.
So what I'm curious about is like when it comes to malice, what do you think we should do about that?
That's where I'm like tricky. Where I'm like, I don't want to be the guy. I don't want to be like the guy who's who seems preachy or anything, or like social justice-y, stereotype. But I also don't want to seem like someone who's just lets bad, like hateful ideas live on. So like that's where I'm not sure, to be honest.
I think a lot of people are in. I think like I don't know. I love this conversation. Again, I was a big fan of this content today, and like I think we need to kind of like listen and pay attention to this. We need to listen to this. Like, I'm going to run it back too, because it's like, we need to, like, I think a lot of people are feeling this way, where they're like, well, I don't want to be the social justice warrior, big activist person. And like, we need to like figure out why people don't want to be that and work to address that. Like, do you know what I mean? We need to make it cool and like Riz to stand up against racism and transphobia. Like this shit should be fucking cool. This shit should be the dopest thing to do. Stop. No, it's true though. It's true. Like what is it that makes Squeex feel like what makes him feel like he doesn't want to be the guy that stands up against racism? It makes it easier to be alienated. So is that it? We just need to like show support for Squeex, and like, everybody needs to go in the chat and like show love for Squeex, and like, what is it? I mean, I'm down. I'm doing that here. I was watching this and showing Squeex all the love in the chat. But it's also, so I think that may be part of it, that he needs to be supported on the platform when he does it. I don't know. I think everyone sees Hassan become a lightning rod. I agree. I think the hate that Hassan gets is a big warning sign to everybody else to like, don't stand up for what's right and like keep your head down and don't take risks. I think that's true. But Hassan's a bad example. You should pull up Dr. K's chat if you really want to bald. No. I don't care about Dr. K's chat. How many viewers does he even have? Like, how many viewers did he get? Oh, damn it. That's not it.
Honest.
Yeah, so I mean that's sort of like
yeah, thank you, Luna.
The right way to deal with that, or not the right.
Mm-hmm.
My way of dealing with that, and the way that I deal with that is also based on my skill set, right? So it's not what is most objectively effective. It's that with these two hands, what can I do? Mm-hmm. And I think it's having conversations.
Chuck Dies, thank you for the gifted.
And I think that the challenging thing for me is that I do think that's the right move. I think there's plenty of data to support that.
American culture is all about appealing to the majority and fitting in while being an atomized individual, totally opposite of standing up for others. I think I totally agree. I think you're onto something too. Americans like to think of themselves as like the hero, which I think encourages a lot of the like problematic behavior, especially from like white activists that we see, where they feel like they deserve to be like given props, or like, you know, they deserve to feel like they are, you know, they need to be given rewards for like doing good work and stuff. And there's also this like concept of like the white savior, right? And like people going in and thinking they know better than the people that they're serving, and you know, that everything has to go their way. I think these definitely come from that hero complex, which we are very deeply ingrained with in American culture too, right? I kind of like wrote a script and let it die, but I had like a YouTube video that I was gonna make and write and like do direct to camera about Luigi with regards to individualism in America, and how everybody like loves to support Luigi because he's like an individual that everybody's calling hot on Twitter. And like, you know, he did that one individual heroic act, you know, and like the truth is that like we're not going to like get to socialism by doing like rogue assassinations of people. We're going to get to a socialism by like tens of millions of people, you know, going out in the streets anonymously and like losing their identity and losing their individuality, right? It's going to take collective action, right? And so like this, we love Luigi because it's an individual action, and there's like individualism baked into that. Like it's I also in that video was like comparing it to like Jesse James and some other like old outlaws that America like fell in love with in a very similar way. And I don't know. I just think there's a lot to be said about that. Like people love to see single actors doing heroic things. They hate to see anonymous groups that are advocating for what's best for them, you know? We have a huge disparity in the public reaction to those two things. Like UCLA, think about the encampment protests or any of those. How did the media talk about that? Or how did the general public react to those? And then versus like something like Luigi, right? And I do think his hotness is a part of it. Like, you know, everybody wants to view themselves as the hot-based guy that everybody loves on Twitter, even though your takes were like kind of reactionary on Twitter, you know, but everybody forgot about that. Like, hot people can do anything. It's true. It's true.
And also,
it's a huge buff.
Conversations with people who are perceived as toxic is a very dangerous game to play. I'm not even allowed to talk to those people.
Yeah.
Right. So you can't engage with them. And so it's kind of like if there's no like option for diplomacy, your only option is war.
Yeah, I think that's true as well, Braga.
I think is good. So I think that really like understanding.
I think in general, like we're just very like cucked towards like leaders and like powerful individuals, you know? Also, chat, there's an ad that's going to run in 4 minutes. If you want to avoid the ad break, you can subscribe for $5.99 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Or maybe you get gifted a sub. We got some snipers out here. We love our snipers. Thank you so much for the gifted subs, Chuck. You know, appreciate that. We had some gifteds earlier from ACAB. We had some Calm Like a Tom gifteds. Let's go. Thank you for those big one. 8 Cab Forever with one. Yeah. We love to see it. Thank you guys for all the support. Appreciate it.
And listening to these people. So I've worked with a lot of like incels and red pillars who are just like filled with a lot of hatred. But I think what they're missing.
Yeah, mind your business. I had the same experience.
Best is toxic.
I don't know if you found the stream from that, but I was at UCLA like all the fucking time, and being there and then going home and reading the news reporting on it is very radicalizing. But that's true of every mass movement. If we're being honest. Chuck Dice, thank you for the gifted sub. People are obsessed with being heroic figures, not heroic moments. It's the bag chasing mentality seeping into everything. Even at Just Cause, you must get ahead and stand out to matter. Yeah, I think it's part of that. It's also just like, again, like people want to be viewed as a hero. People don't want to be a useful part of a crowd of a million people, anonymous faces, There's no glory in that. They think I think this is a real thing that like has prevented, the adoption of mass protests in this country. Like
masculinity. And usually the people who are toxically masculine were like, they're a product, just like black people being in jail is a product of their circumstances. I think most people who are toxically masculine are a product of their circumstances.
For sure. I feel like everyone's a product of their circumstances. Yeah.
That's what we know from psychiatry and trauma and developmental psychology.
Yeah.
Holy shit, material
I
analysis.
think most people are doing the best that they can.
I'll be right back.
Most people are doing... So I have a friend that I play Dota with who makes racist comments. I think it's the stupidest shit in the world. But he just doesn't know better. Like he doesn't like grasp that this is wrong.
Yeah.
And I remember working with an esports professional who told me the same thing. He was like, he blew up when he was like 15. And when you're, I'm not a professional gamer, but you start out playing games, like racism and misogyny and things like that are like commonplace. And someone had to sit him down over the course of a couple of years and really talk to this kid about like why this is not okay. And this does hurt people. And he doesn't understand that because he grew up in a small town and, a part of North America that like, he just didn't encounter these people. He didn't understand that it was hurtful. So a lot of that positive guidance is lacking.
Yeah.
So my approach is talk to people. And usually when you meet people with compassion, you'll be amazed at like what you put out is usually what you receive. So if you go people hard, they'll entrench.
Yeah.
If you approach people with compassion, many of them will offer you the same respect.
Sure.
And if you really try to understand where their views come from, I've seen a couple of really surprising things, which makes sense once you kind of see it. But see, if racism is not correct, if you ask someone to explain it, it'll fall apart.
Yeah.
If you really try to understand, it'll fall apart. And most of the time, people just don't do that. So it's like, oh, like Indian people this way. Like, how do you understand that?
Sure.
Like, where does that belief come from? And usually when I do that, like, I'm amazed by how quickly positions that are strongly held will fall apart.
Yes. Can I ask you a question that seems related to this? So one thing that I actually like, I think you did an excellent job explaining like the compassion component of this. Then why are all of the content creators who cover controversial topics and political, how are they so, I can't think of a word. It's almost like a lack of compassion is rewarded. Like all of the top, so like, how do you engage compassionately when you're on a platform that
so I chatted here too. I said Nazis don't care about truth or being right. They lie and prey on emotions and fear. This is why debating them, having conversations with them is not ever going to work. They will lie. They'll just lie. They'll change up. The facts don't matter. The truth don't matter. Like they'll just lie and say whatever they want. But deep down, like they have a goal. They have a goal, and we don't need to like entertain their lies. We don't need to like debunk their lies. It doesn't help. It doesn't. All you do is like you make them into a social pariah. You make it unacceptable. You make it unacceptable to say that, Also, even though I give you 4 minutes notice on the ad break, we still have people saying ads.
Promotes a lack of compassion.
You
Do you know what I mean? Like if a big
simple.
Oh wait.
This is simple.
Okay.
You just have to understand. So success on the platform and solving the problem.
Yeah. Take care, Rock Rock. Thanks for hanging out.
Sure.
Those are not connected at all. So I am confident that my subscriber count on the internet could be 400% higher if I open my mouth more. I'm like very confident.
We could start alt-right grifting right now, Dr. K. Vivek Ramaswamy 2 and 3. We can go right now. Let's rocket boost.
So this is just where you have to decide what's important to you.
Yeah.
And so speaking of the midlife crisis, this is part of what I was going through, is because I suddenly became arguably, I don't know, but I was having a conversation with my agent about this, the most well-known psychiatrist on the planet. Psychologists, there are more well-known. Psychiatrists, very few. I'm at least in the running. And it's kind of weird. So like once you like hit that, right? So what am I doing? Am I just trying to grow? And then you get into this growth mindset where like you need more numbers and you need more numbers and you need more money and scalability. More. And I intentionally took a step away from a lot of that. And it's like, we're going to make content, not because we think it'll be successful. We got a lot of fantastic feedback from our community about our titles and thumbnails. So there's like a balancing between how clickbaity you make something and how like, you know, so there's like, you have to play the game some, but I think that it's like, the reason that works is because you're right. That's what platforms select for. Yeah. Platforms are increasingly dopaminergic. What platforms have figured, I don't know if they figured this out intentionally or they just built algorithms because this is how the human brain works. That when I show you a cat video and then I piss you off and then I make you feel good. And I'm convinced that righteousness is the number one emotion that creates engagement.
Okay.
You have to show someone something that is wrong and you have to make them feel right. This is number one.
Yes.
So I think what happens is when you look at social media,
like, dude, I know where he's going with this, so I'm trying not to get ahead of him. I'm trying to like let him say his thing. But this idea that there's like some relativism between the right and wrong of like Nazis is just it's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. We are not like, this isn't even something you have to debate with anybody. The right and wrong of racism, like really, is there nuance there? That's not his point. How is he not just doing like moral relativism here? Because that is what the conversation is about. The conversation is about how to respond to racism on the internet. Right?
You get righteous. You get angry. This is not right. Something needs to be done. And that's what that's the number one thing that I'm convinced of that.
Yes. I do have sorry, I know we might be going over, but
that's fine. Go for it.
So what my question wasn't necessarily about like your or my success, but rather if the idea is that you found it effective that compassion is the antidote to people spewing like hateful things, to respond to them with compassion and talk to people, then why don't we see compassion rise to the top? And you're saying like dopaminergically, it's the intolerance that rises to the top.
Yeah.
But so then if I was a new streamer and I'm like, hey, I want to do politics, but I want to listen and talk, then why don't we see that succeed?
I'm right here, dude. No, I'm just kidding.
Because what's your criteria for success? How do you define success?
Like to be a top
like 500 viewers. To me, that's like, I feel successful right now. You know, talking about compassion, fighting against racism. Motherfucker over here's got 6,000. He's got 6,000. I think you're so successful. Yeah, me too. I feel great. I feel like I'm in a really good space right now. I feel very privileged and happy to have you all here.
Context of Twitch, to be a top political streamer.
because it doesn't because people that's not what people are interested in. People aren't interested in solving problems. People are interested in propagating their belief that they're right.
Okay.
So I don't think like I don't know if this makes sense, but you know, if you've got a clogged toilet, fixing that is not entertaining.
Chuck Dies, thank you for the gifted.
Fixing anything in your life is not entertaining to anyone. Improving things is not, generally speaking, entertaining to anyone. What engages people, because see, this is what we need.
I mean, when we're talking about Asmongold, I agree. Like, Asmongold is not interested in fixing anything. He's not interested in like the best solution that benefits the most people. You know, to an extent, I think what he's talking about is true. However, I do think there are like exceptions, and they're all on the left. You know, like people who do actually talk about how we can improve our society, do actually like discuss solutions. Like, I mean, fuck, dude, the right talks about solutions too. You know, Asman will talk about solutions also, but they're talking about fucking ethnic displacement and genocide. You know, like we're talking about like, how do we get your grandma healthcare? So these are not the same. And it's weird that we have to like equivocate these things and just be like, all politics is this thing. And I don't think that Squeex is coming to this conversation with that misunderstanding. It's really just coming from Dr. K. You know?
I understand.
He's not talking about Asman. He's saying people don't want to tune into someone who wants to fix problems. But I don't think that's true. I think people I think it's true, but on the right wing. And even I'm even going to say, like, I don't even think it's true on the right wing. Like I said, they have solutions too. Like, but we don't have to, like, you know, there's not an equivocation in the solutions that we're offering. Yeah, like these are not the same thing, and we should be very clear about where both paths lead. You know?
I once had a patient who was very successful, but they operated between two poles: absolute panic and relief. There was no room for success. There's no room for pride. So, like, what happens when you solve a problem is it goes away. So all of the people who successfully engage get beat out by the people who are like galvanizing support.
Sure. Yeah. I see that.
Right. So if you have like, and this is what it's not just, and I'm sort of on shaky ground here because I haven't looked at this in the political space, but I think you see this all the time in the self-help industry. Mm-hmm. The whole reason that the self-help industry is so big is because it doesn't work.
It's also like a big like misunderstanding of what Squeex came to this conversation, the problem that he came to the conversation with, which is like, how should we as apolitical streamers with a platform respond to racism on the internet? Do you know what I mean? Like, why are we not having that conversation?
Yeah. Because if it worked, you wouldn't be using self-help.
Like, you don't solve racism. This isn't like a problem that you can just solve. You fight it when it rears its ugly face. You know what I mean? You solve it by making it so toxic and so unappealing of an opinion to hold that nobody feels comfortable to say this shit in public, you know? And I think that's what Squeex is like. That's the answer that he's trying to get here. That's the responsibility that he feels, I think, from this conversation.
You'd be like, I'm done. That was good.
Right. So the self-help industry, and it's really interesting because like I've made some pieces of content include like doing things like writing a book, and like
Luna, that's true too.
People are selecting for is different. Mm-hmm. So in our human psychology, like another really good example of this is that So everyone's unhappy, right? That's the reason for that is because we didn't evolve for happiness. We evolved for survival. Happiness is hard to achieve.
Yeah.
What's way easier to achieve is giving into our baser urges and shooting for survival or worldly success.
Yeah.
That's what we're made for.
For sure.
And if you sort of think about it, right? Like, so
Yeah, like any conversation that you hear about like human nature or like animals or like people as animals, you know, we just have animal instincts. Like all this, yeah, this is bad. This is bad. Humans have adapted and adjusted. Like, bro, look at around yourself. Step back from the world of the Twitch stream and look at. Do you think any of this shit? If you took any of the objects around you and showed it to a person from 100 years ago, they would have a fucking stroke. We are not meant for any of this. The fuck? Like, humans adapt in crazy ways.
human beings were tribal, which means when there's a fight, you need to throw down. And when there's a fight, you need to get behind your leader. It pulls us together. It gives us it enhances that tribalism, but it makes us, we feel under attack. And then then we're going to donate more money and buy your merch.
Yeah.
Right. And that's why, like, you know, sometimes people will ask me, what's the goal? Like, where do I see Healthy Gamer in 5 years? My goal with Healthy Gamer is to shut it down. I'm tired. I mean, not only am I personally tired, but like the whole point is for us to be done.
Yeah.
Is for us to like leave our community. And sometimes people get upset about that, but we get these fantastic people who be like, hey, like I stopped watching because my life got better.
Yeah, I don't need it anymore.
It's like fantastic.
Yeah.
And it's the very opposite of what, you know, a lot of people are trying to engender, like, no, we want people to fucking move on. So when you solve a problem, the problem ends.
Yeah.
And so I think what starts to happen is that this is where we kind of get into.
Like, again, how do you solve and end the problem of racism? Like, we have moved on from what are the things that we can do that me, you know, Squeex and you, Dr. K, what are the things that we can do to address the rise in South Asian hate? And we are now talking about tribal instincts and like, holy what the fuck? Holy what the fuck? And now we can't even talk about the original question, because now if it's not a solution that solves the problem of racism in society, it's not worth discussing. Like, what is this logic? It's just such, like, I don't know. It's very annoying to listen to, especially after he like literally said that Indian people have genetic BO with his whole chest. It's like, bro.
This weird like validation cycle where people feel bad about something.
Uh-huh.
And then they like, it's not clear to me that they feel like they want to fix it, but they want to fix it. And we see this all the time in psychiatry. They want,
like, there's not a fix to like politics. Politics is a constant struggle of power, you know? It is a constant striving towards a more perfect world, right? Like, there's not a fix to these things. There's not a fix to racism. I don't think this is how you should think about these things.
want to fix it in a particular way. They don't want to do what is necessary to fix it.
Sure.
They want to fix it in this way.
Yeah.
Like, my favorite example of this is people who are addicted to weed. And you can fix all of the problems that weed causes in your life. You just have to stop smoking it. But what they will do is try 1,000 different techniques.
Likely story.
Use it in this way. Can I use it in this way?
Likely story.
Only after I do all my homework, only after this, and like these limits and that limit and this limit. And they're just not willing to give something up. And I see that very, very, very strongly in political conflicts.
Yes.
Because what people want is they don't want to compromise.
Yeah.
They want to win.
Yes.
So they don't want to solve the problem. They want to win.
Okay, but when we're talking about Nazis, I want to solve the problem by winning. Like I am 100% for Nazis losing at all costs. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. We're talking about Nazis. I want them to lose. What are we doing? Yeah.
That's so true. Even on internet commentators or whatever, political or whatever, it feels like they're not even engaging in the issues. They're engaging on dunking on each other. Like they're not even, the political issue is completely separate to who's winning the conversation almost. It becomes so ideological that it's an ideology battle.
Yeah, true. Where's your dad?
Ideologies. Like nobody's giving a shit about the real meat and potatoes. It's so funny.
And I would even argue that the reason for that is because we can't even grasp the meat and potatoes.
Yes.
So like earlier when I asked you, show me the data that quantifies inequality.
Mm-hmm.
I have, and everyone is walking around saying my ethnicity is getting hammered more than all of the other ethnicities.
Right.
Including white men. They have justifiable arguments for that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, dude. Holy shit.
Right? Like they can point to all of these different studies that show discrimination against white men.
Wait, can you point to one then? Then do it. Point to one. Wait, let me see the study. Where is it at?
There are those studies. So I think that the scale of problems that we're dealing with is not even comprehensible really by the human mind.
Mm-hmm.
And we're dealing with a lot of bias. And I think that I'm pretty sure that.
Dude, I love this. The scale of these problems is not even comprehensible by the human mind. Wow. That's probably the most creative way I've ever heard somebody throw their fucking hands in the air and say, whatever. Translation, whatever. Fuck it. Yeah, well, fuck it. Racism, fuck it. Rise of fascism, fuck it. Dude, I'm rich, whatever, fuck it. Who fucking cares? Like, this is not a good opinion. You understand, right? Like, you're justifying your inaction during the rise of fascism. This is not admirable. This is not something to be proud of. We have a name for this. It's called cowardice. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
I know this is going to sound crazy.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure a lot of the world's problems could be solved if we could remove ego from the equation.
Uh-huh.
Like, I think problems are solvable. It's just we don't want to. Right? We're not the primary goal is not solving. It's not fixing the problem. It's winning. It's I want to fix it in this way.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that I almost never see people do is something called a differential diagnosis. So I love this. Like my favorite thing about being a doctor is that it taught me this one principle, which is that when you have a problem, there are multiple causes and multiple solutions. That's not everyone's advocating for their solution. And we just don't think like that because it's not how we've evolved to think. We've evolved to think in very rapid ways and very judgmental ways.
Yeah.
Yeah, also this chatter is correct too. Squeex isn't saying racism against Indians is higher than others. He never compared racism against Indians to anybody else. He just said that it exists and should be addressed. And yeah, and why are we here? Like, why are we having this conversation? Social science is crying right now. I know, it's like, I don't know, man. He's just talking like out of his ass, and like these things are talked about by doctorate degrees, and like there are people, you know what I mean? It's not something you have to be hypothetical about, like.
So this is the world that we live in because this is the world that we create.
Sure. No, that makes sense. I think you hit it spot on. I think focusing on not being adversarial, I feel like one thing that I've learned from talking to you is if you meet like a vitriolic comment with the same vitriol, it doesn't solve the problem. Like it's not really beneficial for anybody, except for like, you know. Sorry.
I mean, I recognize that I said that, but I think there's an important caveat there.
Okay.
Grim.
Solve the problem if you're more powerful than the other person.
I actually think he's kind of cooking here.
Yeah. So like when you make a vitriolic comment on Twitter and I own Twitter, I can respond to you with vitriol and win.
Yeah.
Right. So when there's a when there's a fundamental power imbalance, fighting fire with fire works. Or like, you know, my gun is bigger than your gun. So if you come at with me a gun, I'm going to use my gun. So when there's a power imbalance, it works. So
I actually think he's cooking right here. Hassan does this to chatters. It's true, but and he's right. Like there is some truth to what he's saying here. However, the thing to take away from this is not that you as Squeex or me as an individual don't have enough power, so we shouldn't call it out. The truth to take away from this is that there are more of us who are not bigots, who want this to be the safe space for everybody on the platform, and are repulsed by Nazis. There are more of us than there are Nazis on this platform. We do have the power. It just requires a few of us to be brave at first and to fight against it, and then more of us to join. And like we have to be united and brave and stand against it. You know, like this dynamic that he's talking about is true. It is true, and it might seem like Asmongold has the power because he has the viewership numbers and all of that stuff. However, that is not the case. It only seems that way. There are way more people who are repulsed by Nazis on this platform than there are people who watch Asmongold, like by a huge degree. And if we all called that shit out when we saw it in the chat, you know what I mean? If it was a universal like stance that Twitch streamers in general took, people like Squeex, you know, like if we all took the stance, they would become less common. Like these people would feel shunned from the place that they get enjoyment from. And they're going to start to question their beliefs, and then they're going to move away from those beliefs. You know, you got to fight it though. You got to actually fucking fight it and be brave and take risks and stand on your fucking beliefs and convictions. Wait, why'd I get it? That scared me.
Let's be clear. I'm advocating for that, but don't think for a second that doesn't work. It does work. You know, this is why empires are built. Like they're built off of the back of war, and like war is like something that humans do.
Yes.
We've always done. So you know, fighting fire with fire does work if you've got the bigger fire.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to burst your
And as individuals, we don't. But as a community, we do. You know what I mean? And I think this is actually where they got to the core, the best part of the answer here, which is that you're like, we should support Squeex when he stands up and says some shit about Asmon. You know, when he calls this shit out about Asmon, he has been doing it for a long time. And we should be vocally supporting Squeex when he does that. You know, we should continue to call it out. And I think we should collectivize and encourage that behavior across the platform from communities that are non-Nazis. You know, I think that's a way better path to go towards. Just make it fucking disgusting. Treat it like the vitriol, the disgusting fucking toxic sludge that it is. Fuck that shit. You know? Cut it down as soon as you see it anywhere. Yeah, and don't be more tolerable. Fuck that. Protect the space for your trans friends in the chat, please. Like, that's what we need. Protect the space for the undocumented people in the chat. Protect the space for women in the chat. These spaces are being attacked, and we need people on the defensive. On the offensive, you know?
Stop your momentum there, but I do
right,
think
though,
that that's an effective strategy. It's just one that I choose not to employ, and I think that like I don't think it's clear that people have, you know, a bigger gun in this scenario.
No. Okay, interesting. Then I do want to ask you one last question. Are you optimistic about the future?
Define optimistic.
Okay, I think that's kind of the end of their convo about that, but it's a good convo. I really like that. I really liked that conversation. I thought it was great content. And W Squeex, as always. Okay, we're going to move on to some other content chat. Starting off with some coverage from Barnard College today. If you guys weren't aware, Barnard College has been fighting. This is their second occupation of a building in the last week. You know, college students have been continuing to struggle despite what the most annoying liberal on Twitter says. The protests are still happening in force, and in fact, the repercussions and the risks that these students are taking is becoming even more present. So, Barnard, I don't know how you fucking say it. Barnard University or college expelled 3 students for pro-Palestine protests, and in response, the SJP has occupied buildings. So this is the second building occupation. At the first building occupation, I believe there were no arrests.
Chuck D's gifted.
Chuck Dies, thank you so much for the tier 1 gifted.
Lounge.
I made it through the video, and I still like Dr. K. Am I banned now? No, because you stayed around and you listened to my take on it, so you're allowed to have your take on it. But I do think it's kind of weird that you are okay with the weird race science he was doing. SJP is Students for Justice in Palestine. These are the same as Columbia, right? Yeah, I think Barnard is supposed to be like the women's college of Columbia or something like that. You looked into the crowd and said something very embarrassing, but that's okay. Thank you. Anyway, so the students here are demanding that the college reinstate the students who were expelled, and they are all there risking expulsion. Like, they're taking big risks to be here. They know what can happen to their academic careers, and they're still doing this because it's the right thing to do. And this is exactly how you stand up to repression, is that you show them that the fear tactics are not working. You stand up for each other. You don't let anybody fall behind. It's exactly how you do it. So we're gonna watch a lot. There's a lot of footage coming out from today. I think it's gonna be really valuable to look at. And I want you to think while you're watching this footage, how can I be useful to an organization like this? And reach out to maybe an organization like this in your community if they exist. So this video says, happening now. As sit-in enters hour 2, Barnard's Dean Rosenberry finally speaks to the group via phone, refuses to meet with students in person, and then hangs up on them. Sit-in votes unanimously to stay.
Can you try again, Laura?
Hello, this is Laura Rosenberry.
Are you all interested in talking with her? Is that the request?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. So if somebody would like to say something to her, this is your opportunity to do so. Is someone going to talk to her? Was that the request?
I have a question.
Sure.
Okay. Laura? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
My question is, how can Barnard have a disciplinary system that has one person responsible for an entire person's future? whereas every other school has like a democratic process. How do you think that's acceptable?
Yeah!
Thank you for the question. Dean Greenwich and I are happy to meet tomorrow or Friday morning with 3 unmasked representatives who are Barnard students. And to talk about
So this has been a repeated like point of contention between the students and the university, where the university wants them to meet with them, like send representatives that show up unmasked and give IDs, which is very sus. As we know, they're expelling students, and they want them. They're not giving no assurances, giving no amnesty. They're just like we know they're expelling students, right? And so actually, the students had a very, very smart response to this, in my opinion, where they said, we will show up unmasked. We will send 3 unmasked representatives, but you have to unmask also. And you have to unmask and show us who is invested in the school and show us your investments, where the school's money is being invested in, because we also deserve to know who is at the table. We deserve to know where your motivations lie and who is at the table. That's really fucking good rhetoric, in my opinion. Turn it back on them and say, no, if you want transparency, it's not a one-way street. We will be transparent if you are transparent. I love that rhetoric. Incredible.
issue and others.
I'm going to respond to this.
I just need one person to talk to her, just so it's a little confusing. If you want to designate yourself, that's okay. Just so it's not confusing. Whoever it is.
Our demand is to reinstate the expelled students because of how unjust this process has been, and we don't intend on leaving until that happens.
Dean Greenwich and I are willing to meet tomorrow or Friday with 3 unmasked representatives of your group who are Barnard students. We can definitely discuss that demand and any other issues on your mind.
Last time they were nagged. The unfortunate thing is that last time we negotiated with you, there was demands made, and we went through this process with you, and you took back what you said. So we don't trust you, understandably.
Well, I was not involved in any of the past conversations.
Dude, they're doing the chevron, the chevron line. That happened before I got here, so I can't really answer that. Chevron did this when I interviewed them.
To speak with 3 representatives of your group directly, so long as they are Barnard students and they are unmasked.
Because we did this whole unmasking thing with you last time, we will unmask. We will send 3 unmasked Barnard students if you unmask your finances and tell us exactly where Barnard.
I'm happy to discuss that as well. All of our endowment data is public and you're welcome to look at it.
That's not true.
Did you think we would buy
Look
that?
forward to a conversation tomorrow.
Are you all able to have this conversation tomorrow? She's not on campus, as I told you all multiple
Is-
times.
you
did this last time too. You're a liar. You're a liar. We see right through you.
Is Dean Greenwich available for a meeting now?
She's not on campus either.
Okay, then we'll stay until tomorrow till the meeting.
Yeah. Is that so?
We
You
won't-
all
we
are
won't
not
be
intending to
taking-
leave, as you've
that
been
is
asked
not
to do
what
so.
we're saying. We are saying we are going to take a collective vote on whether or not we continue to stay. Thank you for getting on the phone, but we would like you to come in person.
I am happy to meet in person along with Dean Greenwich tomorrow or Friday morning with 3 members of your group, and we can discuss a whole range of issues.
Last time you promised to meet with us.
I've got one person speaking. If you want to talk to them, okay, that's fine.
Dude, it's so interesting how she's like trying to enforce bullshit. This is just power. Like only allowing one person to speak like this is just her utilizing power. Like, no. I'm sorry, no. You made up this rule. Fuck you.
Last time you had promised the sit-in protesters amnesty multiple times throughout the.
And like, it's always just like this, like made up decorum. You know, it's always a made up decorum. Like you're not respecting the rules that I just made up. Hey, what is a chevron line? A protest safety tactic? No, I was saying the person on the phone, the dean, sounded like the chevron representatives that I interviewed on the stream. You can go check out that video on YouTube. I interviewed Chevron on stream before, and they also were like, that happened before I got here. They used that line too.
Protest. You had written it down on paper twice. Can you explain why Barnard College had made it a statement to the media that amnesty was never promised?
Okay, at this point, President
We're not
Rosenberry
talking
is
to
not,
the
does
president.
not fear,
Excuse
and
us.
it's
No,
hard
we
to have
agree to talk to the president.
That's right.
That was not addressed to you.
She did this whole
Boom. Fucking checked. Fucking checked. Good job, students. These students are so smart. What did I just say? This person is just trying to impose power. She's just trying to, like, she's actually just coming in and like enforcing arbitrary standards. We are not talking to you. You do not have the power here.
I'm not going to do this, okay?
You're holding the phone. Like your job is to hold the phone. Hold the phone. You know, like, hold the phone. Like, this is your job. We are not talking to you. You are not a factor in this.
She wanted to talk to the students, so let her.
Are you President Rosenberry? You don't look like a puppet.
President Rosenberry, are you able to answer the question?
Are you even there?
I am here. I don't know. There have been multiple questions, and like I said, I'm happy to meet with 3 unmasked representatives of your group who are Barnard students. We can do that.
I don't know, man. Like, at some point, meetings are not an acceptable. Like, we have demands. You meet them. You know what I mean? How many encampments voluntarily took themselves down with promises of a meeting and never got with anything that they asked for, you know? The meeting has to be public. Even that doesn't matter. What do we have to meet about? These are our demands. These are our demands. Meet them. Like, we don't have, there's nothing to discuss. There's nothing to meet about. Yeah, right. The demands don't require a meeting. Like, for real. That's what happened during Chapman. Yeah, I've followed that. I streamed at Chapman. I knew a lot of those activists. You know, when you have the leverage, when you have the moment, you don't give that up. And UCLA understood this, by the way. UCLA was very, very steadfast. They were very steadfast in their conviction, and they held their ground until the last moment, and they tried to reestablish their encampment probably 4 times. I was there every single time, and I'm in awe of these fucking students, man. They're so brave and awesome. Mad respect for all these students.
Will the 3 unmasked students be granted amnesty?
They give me hope.
I'm sorry, there's one person.
Because the truth is, these things are not wins or losses. Okay? Mass movements like these build on each other. We learned from we learned from the encampment movement. Everybody who's involved in this moment right here is forever changed. Forever changed, forever rededicated to the movement. They're going to take these, and for the rest of their lives, they'll be, hopefully, you know, activists. If you go to activists and organizing circles, you meet people who like this, who have been in moments like this and have been changed forever by it. You know, this is where I come from. Like, you know, when you feel your power because you're involved in something like this, you don't go back. You know, you don't go back. This changes you. It's a different kind of feeling, and it's a different kind of involvement in politics. That's why I'm always encouraging everybody to go out and get involved in an organization. Do it for whatever topic: Palestine, reproductive rights, trans rights. Find where you want to invest your time and go and do that, please. We need it now.
It's a press question.
The representatives do not need to have been present at today's.
Yeah, that's a great project, Froggy. Documentation of shit like that is really important. Can I send links? Yeah.
Ask the representatives to say whether they were present.
That is not the question that we asked. The question that we asked is, will the 3 students be granted amnesty, written and signed?
I really don't understand your question.
Oh my God!
Come on!
Are you done? She's confused. Let's have this conversation then. Thank you. Barnard College has disciplined students to the point of expulsion for their alleged participation in pro-Palestine action. Will you grant the students who potentially meet with you amnesty and exceptions from being disciplined, written and signed, as you did multiple times during the last sit-in, where there is photograph evidence of Barnard College letterheads saying that students would be granted amnesty from the sit-in?
As I've said repeatedly, I'm happy to answer all questions.
Bro, like, this is actually so cowardly. She can't even give assurances that the people that they go to the meeting won't be like, this is not how any of this works. This is wild. This is such bad faith. Like, yeah, they can't even, they're being so generous and even entertaining this idea of a meeting. And she can't even guarantee that those people that they send to this unmasked won't be retaliated against.
This answer would decide whether the students would.
She hung up the phone.
Y'all write that one down.
Did everyone hear that conversation just now? Yeah. Did we hear that President Rosenberry has refused to meet her students in person? So it sounds like we have a decision to make. Are we going to stay? If we are staying, raise your hand! And the vote to stay in the Dr. Husam Abu Safiya liberated zone is unanimous!
Hell yeah. Admin tries to clear sit-in, but students will not be moved.
Shut up!
Just like the tree that's growing by the water, we shall not be moved. Barnard, we shall not be moved. Barnard, we shall not be moved.
This is great. This builds on a long history of student movements doing exactly this. Barnard deans enter building and physically intimidate students that sit in. Don't touch me. Don't fucking touch me. What is he even doing? He's like, yeah, they're saying they're not going to move. Why do I have to ask them to move? What is the point of this?
The deans
sure that we protect this homework and keep each other safe.
Hey, we'd like you to leave.
Is that clear?
We'd like you to leave.
We won't be leaving.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
We'd like you to divest. Peden, welcome in. Wait, why can't I do a shout out? We get a shout out. Thank you so much for the raid. What's going on, everybody? We're checking out footage from inside Barnard College today, where students occupied a library. These students are protesting because 3 Barnard College students, activists, were expelled from the college. We've just been watching some footage of the occupation so far, but it gets kind of dramatic. I'm not going to lie. There's more to the story, so stick around. Because, as we see here, hour 2, Barnard College, Barnard sit-in votes unanimously to stay. Chuck Dies, thank you for the 50 big ones. Holy moly. Chuck, I love you. I love you for the support. It means so much. You don't even know. Thank you, Chuck. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. They're voting again to stay for the 3rd hour. Amazing. I got gifted one. Holy shit. Hell yeah. He's spraying big fat loads on the chat right now. Barnard admin attempt to clear sit-in by claiming there is a bomb threat on the building. Students are standing their ground and not taken in by admin lies. When were the original 3 students expelled? I think like last month. Yes. Somebody, the police and the admin were claiming that there was a bomb threat at this, and that's why they had to leave the building.
Everyone's safety is not okay in this building right now. So when we receive a threat to the building, we need everybody to go out. Okay? Who is the threat from? I don't have all the information, and I'm not making mistakes. I'm being clear that everyone needs to leave the building.
Administrators lies.
Do you see what Destiny said? No. Who is this fucking guy?
Barnard admin is trying to tell us there is a threat in the building. What's the threat? They're trying to clear the building. Everyone surround them. Let's listen in.
Excuse me, everyone. Who are you? My name is Robin Levine. I'm a vice president at Barnard College. I've been telling you that we need to evacuate the building. We have received a bomb threat to the building. Everyone needs to
Nobody cares. Yeah, who cares?
There! Fucking phone! Leave the building now. This is not a joke.
I don't believe it.
You're lying.
Feels like a joke.
Okay. If we will have to bring someone in to help us then.
Yeah, I'm gonna need more details. When was it? When was this called in? What was the nature of the threat? Why do you think it's valid? Like, I'm sorry. I'm gonna need a lot more details than just that. Like your panicked look and you just saying that there's a bomb threat. Like, I don't put it past. Yeah, like, of course. Wingnut, I am going to time you out for a day. Actually, a week, bro. I don't care about Destiny, bro. I do not give a fuck. We don't talk about Destiny here.
Isn't it interesting that you guys were threatening to get us out 15 out of the building, and then suddenly there's a magical bomb threat out of nowhere? Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
That is wild. Students are standing their ground and not taken in by admin lies. This is outside. As the protest started, people started gathering on the lawn outside as well. This is at 4 p.m. today. It'll be 5 p.m. their time. Like, this is an entirely made up and manufactured conflict right here. You realize, like, they are on a big area. Like, it's hard to see because we don't really get like a wider view of what the situation is, but it feels like they don't need to go through the teenagers standing in front of them. Like, you just walked. It really feels like you just walked up to some people and started making a problem. You know. So that was outside, but then eventually the police did enter the building. Here's a video of that. Yeah, where's the bomb squad? Right. If you're in there, should you leave when the cops show up? I think everybody has their own risk acceptance level. I think it's almost never useful to get arrested. If you can avoid it, always avoid it. I'm not telling you to resist arrest. I'm just saying the point is never to get arrested, ever. You should always try to avoid arrest, for sure. It's never useful. Getting known by the state like that, having charges, it's never a good thing. Ever. Ever. Yeah, if you can, avoid it. Yeah, bush it out, yeah. Be water. Yeah, for sure. Fuck these racist ass police. Why do people get intentionally arrested at pre-planned protests then? I think it's like it harkens back to a different time of like, and like like it's a lot about like reverence of like Dr. Martin Luther King. Not really like what he actually did, but more like how he's taught to us by like our education system. And like the worship of nonviolence and like all this stuff that I don't know. I have been arrested at protests voluntarily, you know. I have. It's just sometimes it's just like dumb. It's dumb. Going to jail for the movement is base and it shows dedication. Yeah, I actually disagree. It's not worth it. Don't do it. I think you should never do it. I would never ever ask. I would advocate against arrest as a form of civil disobedience all the time. Yeah, it's better for you to be out in the streets. It's better for you to be in the movement. It's better for you to not be further surveilled by the state. Everything is better if you don't get arrested. Yeah, I think I would always advocate for you not to be arrested 100% of the time. 100% of the time. Yeah. You ain't escaping the cuffs forever, my friend, says you. I'm gonna be out here, bro. The second this shit turns hot, I'm gone. Vietnam, Mexico City. I'll be chilling, bro. I'm gone. Peace. You shouldn't say shit like that. Why? I love Vietnam. I lived in Vietnam during the first Trump administration. I wish I had the cash for that. You should definitely save up and have enough cash for that. Just in case, you know. You can't run forever. Fuck yes I can. Fuck yes I can. What are they gonna do? Invade Vietnam? How'd that work out for them last time? How'd that work out for them? Come get me, bitches. I got homies. I want to go to Vietnam and overstay my visa. You don't have to overstay your visa. Why? But your work is here in LA. I literally have left LA. I'm no longer a resident of LA. I live in Kansas City now. Because I'm able to do this. I'm able to stream on the internet and talk about protests. But also, I got priced out.
There's an active bomb threat. You must clear the courtyard.
I'm just saying, you should be water. Be water. Don't ever get arrested. Isn't Becca locked out of LA? No. And don't speculate on our lives like that. This is outside too. Just throwing this guy to the ground. Take care, Chuck. Thank you so much for your support. Fucking pigs, dude. Let's check out more from Unity of Fields because there was more reporting that they were doing today. Oh, this is from the president. At approximately 4 p.m. on Wednesday, March 5th, several offices of Barnard College received a very specific threat about a pipe bomb placed on Milstein Library. The NYPD and FDNY were alerted and ordered the evacuation of the Milstein Library out of an abundance of caution and because of the specificity of the threat. All students, staff, and faculty have been ordered out of the building so that NYPD and bomb squad may assess the threat. While the threat we have received names the library in Milstein, the police may need to access other parts of the campus to assess the threat of a potential bomb. In alerting the police to the threat, we emphasize the following. We are not requesting that you arrest anyone on our campus. We hope that you are able to evacuate people without arrest, and that arrest is only used as a last resort if individuals refuse orders to leave and prevent your ability to access the threat of a pipe bomb. Please leave for your safety and the safety of others. Instead of evacuating campus, Barnard College sent a private email to CUAD. I don't know what that means. Columbia University Academic. I don't know. Claiming there was a threat of a pipe bomb in the same building as Dr. Hussam Abu Safia Liberated Zone. NYPD ordered protesters to move back 1,000 feet from the library. Yet on campus, freshman dorms received no notice to evacuate, and multiple staff, students, and workers were left on the second floor of the library. If the bomb threat wasn't manufactured by Barnard administrators, they put thousands of people on campus at extreme risk in order to arrest and brutalize protesters gathered at the lawn. Very interesting. Despite claims of a bomb threat, the NYPD has closed the Barnard gates after violently pushing protesters off campus. Remaining students are trapped on campus, told to find another exit. So they're saying there's a bomb here, you can't leave? What the fuck? What the fuck? There's a bomb here. Stick around. You can't exit here. What? If you were heading out to neutralize a bomb, would you make a quick pit stop to beat some kids' asses in the pouring rain? We've seen this.
There's an active bomb threat. You must clear the courtyard.
I've never seen this tactic before, and it's very wild. If anything, okay, like here's worst to best case scenario. Like worst case scenario, some Zionists called in a bomb threat when they heard about this occupation, and they realized that it fucking works. That you can call in a bomb threat and clear out, like basically send the cops in. They've leveled up on swatting, and we have like developed a new form of weaponization of police, which is like what? I mean, that's like it feels like the most likely like scenario here too. Yeah. Wild. Anyway, shouts out to these brave students. Also, I did want to read this. This is what I was looking for, actually. Milstein Library at Barnard College has now been renamed Dr. Hussam Abu Safia Liberated Zone, after the Palestinian pediatrician and former director of Kamal Adwan Hospital in Gaza, where he treated patients during the genocide. He was kidnapped by the IOF in December 2024 and remains in a detention center where he is being tortured. We name it after Dr. Hussam Abu Safia to exert international pressure for his release. As Hind Rajab's mother Wissam told us, we must fight for the living while they're alive, not only after the fact. Beautiful. I love that focus. I think it's a very beautiful sentiment, you know? Let's see. I had some other videos to watch. It's already like 12:30. God damn it. This fucking time zone shit, chat. It's killing me. Let's do Daily Dose. Let's do Daily Dose. You know what that means, chat? It's time to use those channel points. Time to use those channel points, baby. Short vid, I'm famous.
Guys, listen. You can come in here and say, oh, you're crashing out or whatever all day, every day. Okay? The reality of the matter is,
where are you living at now? I'm in Kansas City. I'm in an interim housing situation until we find our permanent spot.
I think most people...
Gamba on the Daily Dose. We do a Gamba. Daily Dose loves to fucking shove propaganda down our throats. But like little content demons, we guzzle it. So we Gamba on it. Is it going to happen before 4 minutes or after 4 minutes? Or will there be no propaganda at all? What is this video? I'm not watching just Hassan's coverage. Oh, because you got here? Oh, that was you? That's so funny. All right, ready?
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. This isn't CGI or AI. This is a real car company that is trying to make flying cars.
This looks fucking miserable. Look at this. All of the vegetation is getting fucked up. There's dust everywhere. Fuck that. Fuck this. I like to walk sometimes. This would ruin your life, bro. Your eyes would not be the same for 30 minutes.
People are so excited to buy this car that this company has already received over $1 billion in pre-sales.
Dude, look at this. Like, look at all of the... When they go over it, do you see all of these? Like, this is like hay, too. Like, this shit is fucking sharp. This would hurt if it hit you. Look at all of it. You see it?
Oh!
Perfect. Get out of your car now.
Over here we have. Open up.
She had to learn the hard way how.
Oh, there it was. There it is, chat. There's a reason we do it. There's a reason we do it. It's because it's all the time. Congratulations to the early guessers. Number ones are eaten.
Buying things with
I just won big. Let's fucking go.
It works.
Why are you crying?
Buying things.
Over here we have.
Wait, what exactly? What do you mean? Look at this.
Why did open up? Over here we have. Open up.
She
Okay, if you don't think that's propaganda, I don't know what to tell you.
had to learn the hard way how buying things with money works.
Why are you crying? But do you want to buy the book? Do you want to buy the book?
I'll be right back.
Okay. No, your money's not going to come back. It's gone forever. You spent it.
He was trying to do donuts on this little airport vehicle. I feel like this carnival game was poorly planned out.
Going to Disney World! Disney World. Papa, where are you going? Papa, where are you going?
To hell. Someone got jealous that this video wasn't about them. This lumber company was about to cut this wood when they found an anteater inside.
Aí, ó, dentro do arco da torre aí, ó. Dá jeito de tirar ele aí, cutuca lá que ele saia.
If you couldn't find any bread at the store, this guy is the reason why.
Bro, what? Why are you buying that much bread?
These people decided to have a motorcycle-themed wedding. I have so many questions about this video.
Birthday, dear Kayla. Happy birthday to you.
He saw that this cat was about to fall from this building.
Whoa, he caught it. Yo, he nailed the QTE. Wow, this is cool. Okay, the people in the middle, you need to get better. Everybody else was really good, and then you guys all fucked it up. You're the middle. this. No discipline. God.
This cat thought that this guy was his mom.
That is an adult cat. What the fuck?
I have no idea why they didn't decide to just keep driving over the tracks.
Oh, okay. I saw this video on Twitter. And something before we... Okay, we'll watch it first. No. I need to clarify. Because... No, we'll watch it first. Crazy thing to do. Okay, but yes, that's what I'm saying. Watch it from the beginning. Watch it from the beginning. Not this one.
I have no...
This, look. The truck fucking rear ends her and pushes her in.
Idea why they didn't...
So she just got hit and doesn't know what to do. And so she panics. Obviously does the wrong thing. She should definitely go forward. You know, she should definitely go forward. Like, just go forward. But she got hit and people were like, oh, this person just like, what the hell? Yeah, like, no, she got hit.
Decided to just keep driving over the tracks.
Once you get hit, dude, car wrecks are like, they will fuck you up, man. You don't think well after them and stuff. Your adrenaline starts pumping. You're in shock. Yeah, at least you got out of the car for sure. Oof. Yo! Holy! Oh my god. Yo!
I think we found out who the main character is.
That's a good one. Well, I mean, he cooked it all. He cooked it all. So, you know, everybody, it's obviously a Ratatouille situation. Of course he deserves to have a little bit.
Oh, you're not gonna get me.
Wait, that was fucking wicked, and then the laugh after there.
Oh, you're not gonna get me.
Wicked, dude.
Poor little guy forgot that he doesn't have a leg anymore.
Aw.
She really thought she caught a big one.
That is a big fishy.
That's such a huge fishy. Like 80 kilos.
This poor guy was trying to set up a maze.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh god. I would start laughing. My reaction to this would be I would start hysterically laughing. I would find this very funny, but I would be very upset. I would like laugh really hard, but I would like be like, this sucks. Laughing not to cry. Yeah. So yeah, you just gotta like, you just have to like laugh at yourself when that happens.
Everyone at this festival stopped to see if she would make it down this muddy hill.
No! Ooh, that was a bad fall.
Okay, we're ready. Holy mackerel!
These super weird clouds were spotted in Finland.
Wow, that's pretty. Santa Claus Holiday Village? Where the fuck are you?
Hello, buddy.
I had no idea that making cotton candy could be this crazy.
Yo, what the fuck? Oh my god, I just saw it. I was like, what's the deal? Why are they running? This kid, he said bear. He said bear and ran away. I was watching the ball. I was expecting there to be an unexpected trick shot, not a bear. Dude, that's wild.
Hey!
Holy shit, dude. That guy's neck is made of paper, bro. Holy fuck.
Hey!
It looked like it looked like they were kicking a fucking bowling ball. Why is his neck so weak?
How is it possible to be this bad?
Another anti-cis kill shot. True. I did love to see. I felt low-key. I felt kind of like, I was like, should we be laughing at this much last night? And then I was like, I saw like Anna, or it wasn't Anna. It was fucking the one from Majority Report. I am forgetting her name right now. I feel bad. Emma posted and was like, just like ha 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 a lot of the times of that video. I was like, yeah, kinda. I mean, it's a legal volleyball play. Okay, that literally is a point for the spiking team. All right, that's what you're supposed to do. That's like how you win the game. You know, there's nothing out of place in that. It happens all the time.
Throwing a frisbee. So I guess tea and toast trick shots are a thing.
Tea and toast trick shots. And they tried to bring this culture around the world, bro.
This guy is famous for dressing up as a camera, going to events, and taking pictures of everyone. There's a cliffside in China that's famous for looking like a sleeping dog.
It's Kaya. Also, dude, I want to go to China so bad.
Someone got a kite for their boat to stop birds from landing on it.
Yeah. He's got a bird scarer. It's a kite that flies on its own. Hasn't stopped the birds from all over his boat though.
Just having a chew.
Her spidey senses were tingling. She gave him a mirror to see how he
Wait, what happened?
would react.
Do you think China would jail or deport you if you visit as an anarchist? I want to go. No. No. You'll be fine. Dude, they don't care about you. They don't give a fuck about you, dude. What does it mean to visit as an anarchist? Yeah. You won't go because any visa is going to be rejected soon? Has China said that? They're going to reject all American visas? I haven't read that.
This dog decided to invent.
This is my prediction. Okay, I don't think so. I don't think so. You should know as an anarchist. Okay, I'm not an anarchist, bro. That's Hassan. Listen, here's the thing. Hassan doesn't know the difference between abolition and anarchism. Okay, he doesn't know the difference, and so he just calls me an anarchist. I think we should abolish policing. I don't think that we should not have government. We need extensive social programs to be able to abolish the police and prisons. Extensive. And maybe one day the mutual aid networks will be strong enough that we can do without a state. I think we're probably going to get rid of police with a state way before that. You know?
His own game.
Yeah. Super far. Super far. Super far. No, I fuck with anarchists. I fuck with anarchist thought a lot too. I just think it's a little bit like when people are like fighting in between each other about it, it's just like, who fucking cares? Who fucking cares? These labels are stupid. Build power. Like, build political power. The labels are fucking meaningless. Get the fuck off the internet. Go knock on a door and talk to anybody about these things, and you'll realize how stupid you are. like seriously. Go knock on a fucking door. Try to build power. It was a joke. I know, but I get this a lot. We talk about it a lot. This isn't directed at anybody. Do you fuck with Trotskyists? Actually, low-key, yes. Low-key, yes. Trotskyists taught me a lot when I was growing up in Chicago as a baby leftist. They took me from Occupy. The organization was called the International Socialist Organization. And they gave me a lot... They gave me a lot of education. Yo, should I go in a girl stream and show them my name? The name is Young Thug Shaker 73. Bro, what the fuck? Can you just be normal, dude? Just be normal, bro. A racist? Wait, really? Huh? I was with an international socialist group for a while. Yeah. ISO was cool. They did break up in a very dramatic fashion. That was had to do with a lot of like people covering up for sexual assaults over many years and shit like that. So I do not fully endorse them, but they did provide a lot of good political education, and I met a lot of really, really good friends that I still are very good friends with today. A lot of good people in that org. Isn't that the guy that Mike gets pissed off at all the time? Who? Trotsky? Who? Baba Vakian? No, that's not. The ISO is not Baba Vakian. No. That's the RevComs. Do you fuck with RevComs? No, that's a fucking cult. Does KCF strong organization? Yes, it has the strongest tenants union in the United States. Oh, Mike gets pissed off at Thug Shaker. Yeah, I don't know about that guy. He seems his vibes were pretty fucked from the get go. Acid, thank you for the gifted sub.
At the end of this video, we hope you enjoyed. And
I'll see you again soon.
very soon.
Very soon. Later.
What's up, everyone?
Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Okay, it's 12:45. Can I link a trash video? Yeah. Send me a trash video. That's funny. That's funny. What do you think about the March 8 events coming up? Does the US do anything? Is that the 50-51 thing? Wait, why does it look at you? Oh, I hate the eye contact. Oh, I hate the eye contact. Make it stop? No. No. How about that? Chevron is a good idea. Should we do Chevron? March 8 is International Women's March. Are there marches planned around that? I haven't heard about that. Pussy March returns. I mean, hey, I'm down. We need dissent, okay? No bad protesters. How about that? That's me in 2025. No bad protesters. Except for like Charlottesville shit, like obviously, you know, but press 1 if you haven't seen me interview Chevron. True. Oh, damn, that's a lot. Okay, let's watch this then. I'm gonna go get ready for bed though. I'm gonna turn cam off. Just gonna be you. I'll be here. I'll probably jump in and say some shit, but this is an iconic moment in the stream, and you're gonna appreciate it. You're gonna appreciate it.
You're not actually allowed to talk about that kind of stuff.
Activist groups around the world are calling for a boycott of Chevron right now due to their investment.
Maybe some pollutants did enter the river.
To be honest, a lot of my stream kind of thinks you guys are the worst.
Brent, is this on the record? Just to be clear, is this going to be on the record, this whole interaction?
If you guys don't know, I did a lot of coverage over Chevron's involvement with TwitchCon as the main sponsor of TwitchCon. I started a petition. It's gotten like 750 votes on Twitch's website, and I don't know how, but Chevron like reached out to me last week and wanted to set up an interview to come on to the stream and kind of give their side of it all, I guess. So in like 40 minutes, we're gonna have some spokespeople from Chevron on the stream. And we're going to talk to them and ask them to explain their crimes against humanity. It's so weird. I can't believe this is my life. Can we get a little leak of the questions? I mean, I want to know like why they chose to partner with Twitch and TwitchCon and stuff like that. Like, why did they choose to come on my stream? Like, that's a big one. Okay, I'm going to say Steven Dozinger was arrested and kept in prison and house arrest for years for fighting against your actions in Ecuador. Do you think that's an acceptable way to treat lawyers who challenge you? Am I in danger? I kind of want to ask that. Am I in danger for having this conversation? How will you deal with deflections? I mean, I'm going to get answers to what I'm asking, okay? That's like my main thing. Do we know if these are Twitch-specific Chevron reps or just Chevron reps in general? Oh, so it's actually going to be Chevron's general counsel. And guys, don't laugh, but his name is kind of funny. But guys, please be serious about it, okay? His name's Michael Bonner. But it looks like it's spelled like boner. I don't know. Don't laugh at it. Don't be weird. We don't want to lose it just because of something stupid like that, for real. Guys, they're watching now. Stop. Okay, so this was like this is an interview that I wanted to watch because it was a management fail. So let's see how this journalist pins him down and gets him.
Bob, take me back to Saturday when you arrived here. What was your reaction as you came face to face with the magnitude of this disaster?
Let's see, we came up on Saturday. There had been a perimeter set up already.
2 hours later.
Area we're building.
God, I hope they're more interesting than this fucking guy.
Just to clarify, because
See, this is a strategy that I wasn't actually prepared for, is them just being so boring that everybody leaves. How do I counter this? Let's go back to the actual company though. Let's see what are they actually saying?
Through our family of companies, our people have demonstrated our vision and values for more than a century.
What are the values?
One of our earliest examples of community engagement, Standard Oil Company found
community engagement, dude. Oh my God, bro. Is this what it's gonna be like?
We continue to protect biodiversity in the areas where we operate, including our Barrow Island quarantine management system.
Wait, hold on. What did you just say? A gas processing facility on Barrow Island. It's a nature preserve in Australia. And they're like, yep, we're doing it. We're building an oil facility there.
Which protects 24 species and subspecies of plants and animals that appear nowhere else on Earth.
But they're like, only 24? Only 24 species is what you're committed to? What the fuck? I think I'm going to really be holding their feet to the fire here, guys. I feel pretty good about my questions. Okay, I think they're ready to start a little bit early because I'm jumping at the bit to do this. Okay, welcome in. Michael, right?
Hi, yes. Hi, Brent.
Oh, sorry. 1 second.
Okay.
You know how this goes with audio issues and stuff.
Oh,
right?
sure. No, yeah, my assistant spent probably the better half of today trying to get this set up for me, and I've actually got some associates joining me who weren't able to get their cameras figured out, but they'll hopefully be able to join us on audio. So thanks so much for having us.
Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know what to say here. Thank you so much for coming on. I'm a little, interested. I want to give you guys the opportunity to kind of introduce yourself. Tell us like why you're so passionate about Chevron, and also like how did you reached out to me to come on my stream. I want to know why how did you hear about my stream and like why you want to come on?
Thanks. Yeah. So first of all, really appreciate you giving us a chance to sort of tell our side of the story. Obviously, we think it's the right side of the story, and so I think it's really big of you to have both sides represented. I think that's an important part of the conversation. Your stream actually with the extremists that you spoke with at TwitchCon, that was actually passed up through our PR department, and so it made it up to my desk, and some of the higher ups thought that it was important that we sort of speak on that and give our version of the truth. And so just as a quick introduction, my name's Michael Barnard. I'm general counsel and sort of lead up the partnerships program at Chevron. So the Twitch partnership and some of our other partnerships, I sort of take things from the legal side. And then I'm joined with some of my associates here who I'm hoping are connected via audio, who will be able to jump on.
Hey, Michael.
Hey, yes.
Hi, Michael. Hey. This is, hi, I'm Jake Ellenbogen. I head up special projects at the publicity team at Chevron.
Okay.
Yes. This is Jake. He's sort of
welcome in
PR. And then I'm hoping we had one of my other associates.
Yes. Hi, I'm Dr. Megan Mind.
Megan,
welcome in.
Okay, great. I was worried.
Welcome
that
in, Megan.
Be able to join us.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Welcome in, Megan, and Jake. Thank you both for joining us here too.
Thank you.
Megan, it sounds quite loud on your end. Is there, is this a good time for you?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm at I was a consultant on a major motion picture recently, and we're having kind of a celebration for how big the reception has been right now. So, apologies. I'm kind of double dipping right now.
Yeah, I understand. You guys are busy over there, I'm sure.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize Chevron's actually a major supporter of the arts, and so Chevron does invest and is a contributor to a lot of Hollywood's biggest projects, most of the Marvel movies, that new robot movie that just came out, and of course Megalopolis.
Yeah, I'm at the wrap party for Megalopolis right now.
A lot of people think that Mr. Coppola financed that entirely on his own, but in truth, Chevron played a big role in that.
Wow, I had no idea. I will add that to the list of, kind of. I'm gonna consider that like just a harm on the world. I did see that movie, and it was pretty.
Thank you so much.
We can't take credit for the creative elements. We just helped out on the financial side. So I hope we aren't associated with any negative connotations about the creative stuff. That's all, Francis.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So I just wanted to jump in here and just kind of start the interview. I don't know if how much research you did onto my stream or my audience or anything, but to be honest, a lot of my stream kind of thinks you guys are the worst. You're doing a lot of harm in the world. So a lot of my questions are kind of going to be asking you to answer for specific things that have kind of just gone wrong with your business practices over the last century, I will say. So let's start off, just like get it off the table real quick. In the 60s until about the 90s, Chevron dumped billions of gallons of pollutants into the Amazon River, and a lot of crude oil was also, millions of barrels of crude oil were dumped into the Amazon. Do you have any plans to clean that up or to compensate the people affected by it?
Sure. Well, I can jump in on this, and then I'm sure Megan's going to want to talk about this as coming at it from sort of a scientific angle. But I guess where I'd like to start is sort of from a legal perspective. I know a wise man once said, no man steps in the same river twice, for he is not the same man, and it is not the same river. And that's sort of a philosophy that we take here at Chevron, is that the thing about rivers, as opposed to a body of water like a lake, is that water's moving, right? So when these, and I will use quotations, pollutants, but chemical products are being distributed into a body of water like a river that is in motion, obviously those chemicals aren't staying in one particular place for very long. And so that has been a sort of part of the story that I feel like a lot of people don't think about, is that, when you go in the Amazon River, if there's a particle of harmful pollutants, that particle's only touching you maybe for a second before it's traveling down the river. And so a perspective that I like to take is, maybe some pollutants did enter the river, but they weren't, each individual pollutant wasn't in the river for very long, because obviously a river moves water from one location to another.
That's an interesting answer. And I'm not going to lie, I'm not sure I was expecting you to really, say that. Because that like the pollutants are going to be staying in the soil, right? And there are like lakes that the rivers would end at, that people live around, and
I can't speak to that specifically.
Can I just jump in here? Hey,
Yes.
it's Jake. Can I just jump in here?
Please.
When did this happen?
The effects are still being felt today. However, it was in 1967 that Texaco, at the time, Chevron now, began working and doing these operations in the Amazon, and they continued until the 90s. So for about 30 years, you were illegally dumping toxic things into the Amazon.
That's so crazy. I've never heard that. I'll have
That is
to,
so sad.
You never heard about this?
because no, and maybe it's true. I have to talk to some people and see what they think. But I personally, that's news to me. So I don't want us to start speaking on it before we sort of verified it and gotten a chance to sort of see where we are with it. But that's
Give me a
if
link.
you can.
Sure. Yeah, we've got some sources.
Towards Michael, yeah, he'll maybe take a look at some of the sources and
I'd love
stuff.
to look into that too, because I'm not familiar with the details of that. I came on in 2015, so if
That's true, and I was not working in any time between the 60s and 90s personally. I can say that as well.
Understood. Okay, so it's really like would you say that Chevron is like willing to maybe right those wrongs now that we got this new group in here? Or
Yeah,
I mean, we're always trying to do something good. Yeah.
Our whole thing is like, let's do something good.
Okay. All right.
I have it tattooed on my wrist. This is kind of an older motto of ours, but it's let's just do it and be legends.
Yes, and we actually do have that. We try to have that up in the office. We've got sort of like a whiteboard that when we were passing that in the office, sometimes we take a look at that and try to remember, do something epic today. And that's been a big motivator for us for the past couple of years since the pandemic when things were a little bit sad.
We watched
very interesting
work as an office, and we did some team building exercises off of that.
Okay.
I'd also like to say that I'm off the hook for the 1960s thing. I was born in 2007.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, these are very interesting and very revealing answers, I think. So thank you guys. We're going to stay on Ecuador for just a little bit longer. So there was a human rights lawyer named Steven Donziger who tried to hold Chevron to account about these, environmental disasters in Ecuador. And Chevron responded by having a judge arrest him and put him on house arrest for many years. He's been disbarred. Chevron's really like just totally upended his life, and this is very recent, like even in the last like 2 or 3 years. So I'm wondering if you all are more responsible for that, maybe even. And if I wonder if you could, if you have anything to say to Mr. Donziger.
Sorry, what was the name?
Steven Donziger.
Sorry, you said Dongzinger?
That's correct. Yes.
Got him!
Sorry. I just want to jump in. Sorry. Let me.
I have
Jake
COVID.
Here. Sorry, it's yeah. I can only say, and I don't want to speak too much into the specifics of this, and I don't think Michael's really, because Michael's still sort of in some ongoing procedures around that. I don't know if he's allowed to speak too much around it, but I can just say that I don't know if have you ever been in a relationship?
Yeah, I'm in a 10-year relationship right now.
Okay, have you ever ended, or have you ever been in a relationship that ended?
Of course.
You know how sometimes maybe one person, when the relationship ends, they sort of feel that the other partner did them wrong in some way, and maybe some things start going wrong in that person's life, and they're like, well, this is because of my ex and sort of the decisions they made, but it's a lack of accountability on your own end. So again, I don't want to speak too much into the specifics, but I just think maybe there's a world where we can all sort of look at ourselves in the mirror and say, how can we be epic today? Things like that.
Oh my God, Francis, stop. Stop it, Francis.
Megan, your microphone's on.
Who's Francis?
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
Mr. It's Coppola.
She's at the she's at the
Got it. Okay, well, I feel very dissatisfied from all those answers, if I'm being honest, but we're just going to move on. I want to talk about another specific issue. So in the late 90s, 1998 and 1999, we're going to go to Nigeria, where... I
just want to preface this again. I wasn't working at the company at that time, and I don't really know what was happening then.
Sure, but hopefully you can speak...
That's my ability.
That's the first time I've heard that word Nigeria before as well. I want to say that just before we continue.
Sure, maybe
that's a city in Kenya. Jake, that's a city.
Dude, he predicted the Trump. No, it's a country. So wait, he predicted the Trump line. Who's heard of Lesotho? Lesotho, nobody's ever heard of it. It's the first time I'm hearing about Lesotho. Literally predicted.
Michael.
It's a country, actually, on the other side of Africa from Kenya, as a matter of fact. Moving on, I wanted to bring, even if you can't speak to your personal involvement in this, I hope that you could speak to maybe how it reflects on Chevron's values as a company. And I mean, maybe just like speak to why you personally would want to work at a company that would do this like this. So in 1998, Nigerian protesters are protesting oil facilities in their homes and very nearby where they are living, and Chevron actually flew in military police and paramilitaries that ended with the death of 2 protesters outside of these facilities. U.S. judges have said that Nigerians are within their rights to sue, and lawsuits are ongoing even to this day, even though this happened in the late 90s. And I just wonder if you have anything to say about that. How does like murdering protesters fit into Chevron's mission statement or core values?
Well, I'll just start us off here. Obviously, as we mentioned earlier, Chevron's core values are about, being good and being epic. And I mean, I'll be the first to say murder is not epic. Okay. So if that is true, what you're saying, it doesn't sound very epic. It said that you mentioned that Chevron called in the police, which I hope we did, because obviously when a situation starts to get to a place where things are getting a little chaotic, it's always good to involve the police. And I've always said that and felt that.
It sounded like it was getting bad. So I'm glad someone did something,
Yeah. So see,
I'm sort of willing to break from the team here on this, because I have sort of mixed feelings on this. As someone sort of in the publicity department, they don't want us to say anything that sort of kind of goes one way or another on the police. So I'll just say for my own end, it's a tragedy that those militant people were flown in on our planes. And I only wish some other, a different group of people were flown in on those planes that would have done it right. Whether that's the IDF, whether that's Hezbollah, wherever you stand on that.
Okay, it's funny that you should mention that, actually, because my next question is revolving around that. So I'm not sure if you're aware or not, but activist groups around the world are calling for a boycott of Chevron right now. Due to their investment. Yes, it's very, very real. I'm sure it's.
Sorry, is that true?
Yep, it's very true. There's many international activist organizations due to your investment and owning of.
Sorry. I gotta get in the Slack for a second. You said international?
Yep, that's right.
Okay. Can you?
And here's the reason. Make sure you put this in the Slack as well. Is because Chevron owns the largest gas fields in historic Palestine and has been actively supporting Israel from the beginning of the genocide and throughout the apartheid and occupation. However, I also wanted to bring this up because I was doing some preliminary research today, and I found some leaked embassy cables from the U.S. Embassy that show that you're also trying to break UN sanctions to invest in Iran. And I just wanted to, ask how it feels, and is there any difficulties in playing both sides of such a devastating conflict for civilians on the ends of both ends?
Well, I just want to jump in here as general counsel, sort of head up the legal side of things. If a document is leaked, you're not actually allowed to talk about that kind of stuff. So I just want to jump on that. I want to put that fire out right now. If you saw a document that was leaked, that's actually kind of against the rules to talk about something like that. I don't know if it's true. It's probably not if it's leaked. We don't know where that information is coming from. But you're actually not allowed to.
Well, I mean, we do know where the information is coming from. It's coming from the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, which your company was going through to circumvent the sanctions.
If I could speak broadly on this, because I don't want to get in, I can't comment on leaks because that's not allowed. But if I could speak broadly, I would just say what's going on is sort of heartbreaking. We all sort of feel that, and I don't know how familiar you are with the notion of sort of a economic uniparty that dominates the world through sort of maybe like a hegemonic complex system of buying and trading that just sort of creates a general serfdom around sort of a class of corporations. But for us, we really see that as sort of a path forward where in that world there is no, we're not in the oil fields of Palestine and supporting Israel or whatever. We're all sort of in the same one store, even you could think of it as
one world. And that's kind of what's epic about it, is that when it's one world, you don't have to really worry about like, what is Israel? What is Palestine? What is America? It's kind of like all one cool, sort of like epic thing.
And then if anything bad happens within it, it's like, they'll figure it out. It's like they're working it out.
Who's they?
I like to think of Israel as Tomorrowland and Palestine as Adventureland. You know what I mean?
Okay, like the Disney parks.
Right. Another great company that we really respect and work in conjunction with.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna lie. I've been in support of this boycott. I think most people should stop buying your products. Are you willing to change anything in order to reach these boycotters who could actually affect your bottom line?
It's an interesting question because obviously the goal here, besides being epic, which is number one, and that's kind of like a driving force, when we get to the office, it's, number one, how can we be epic, and everything else sort of grows from that. Number two is how can we benefit the shareholders? And oftentimes we find that those two goals sort of intersect. It's sort of they dovetail nicely. And so I guess if I were to approach it from those sort of philosophical axioms of let's be epic, let's benefit the shareholders, I guess a strategy position from our end would be how can we stop this boycott either by, I guess, like a PR campaign to try to help those people understand that what Chevron's doing actually is epic. Or
and I don't know if you were at TwitchCon, but we had a pretty interesting setup there where there was actually a whole booth on the floor, and there was a fun car.
There's
It was
a car
sort of
that
like
you can
a
take a picture
person.
with. It was like a car kind of like from video games. So, because that's what we were like, okay, Twitch, what is Twitch? We just had, and again, I'm not in marketing, but I thought this was really cool that they had this idea of like, well, what are some things that are in video games? Well, cars are in video games. So what if we sort of took what's thematically interesting and sort of accessible about Chevron, gas goes into cars, and then what are some things that you might find in a video game? Well, cars are sometimes in video games. And so we're like, all right, well, how can we marry these ideas in a fun, sort of interesting way? And the PR guys cooked up this crazy idea of like, what if there was a car at the TwitchCon where all the video game guys were?
Yeah, I was
so jealous I wasn't on that project. I was sort of busy. I was doing one show called Hollywood Shapes that weekend, so that sort of occupied my time, but I was so proud of that project.
I was talking to a famous streamer at TwitchCon, Jinxbly, and he was telling me that he was so disappointed about all the boycotters outside. And I had to remind him, that's the thing I remind myself. They're just jealous of the swag that you have. Okay? It's haves and have-nots. So it's like, if they don't have swag, you just have to put yourself in the shoes of a swagless gentleman. And maybe you have a little more empathy, which I think we try to have at Chevron.
Okay, and yeah, let's go back to. I was at TwitchCon and I did speak with the organizers of the protest outside, and
the car. Were you able to get and check out the car that was at?
Tell me you got a picture with the car.
I didn't get a picture with the car, but I did see the car, and I saw the gas pumps that people could charge their phones in. I thought that was
really fun. Yeah,
it was pretty stupid. If I'm not, it felt really out of place.
Charge your phone. It feels like it now, but we are hoping that soon you will be able to use gas to charge your phone, and then it will actually make a lot more sense, I think, in the grand scheme.
That's
I see.
Program that Megan sort of in the tech and development program is sort of heading up is obviously you're seeing a lot of these like solar and wind powered charger device. But what I think is an interesting angle that hasn't really been explored is how can we charge our sort of gadgets, which our world is filled with gadgets now. Everyone's got the iPhone and the iPod and the iPad and understand.
Sure.
But people are charging these things usually with, like traditional electricity. Well, we thought like, what if, we had a little gas can, a small little, and it could be small because these devices aren't that big. You could probably get away with, it would only weigh, I don't know, like somewhere between 5 and 15 pounds. And that could get you like anywhere from, I want to say like 60 to 80% charge on a traditional sort of like iPhone.
So it's like a gasoline flask.
They're gonna look really cool, kind of like that game Ape X Legends. I think it's Ape X Legends. It's like those little cans in that game. They're gonna look really cool, and people are gonna love charging their phones.
Yeah, Rodney had the idea because he was sitting in his car, parked with the radio playing the AC blasted, reading a book with his window rolled down and charging his phone. And he was sort of like, wow, it's sort of like my phone's being charged by the gasoline right now. And it's sort of sparked an idea in his head of like, maybe I don't need to have my car on with all that other stuff going on. I don't need the wheels and all that.
Interesting.
Hot dogs that have like a bun. It's not a bun. It's like
Megan, your mic is open again.
Your mic is still on.
Okay, so we moved on, and I kind of wanted to go back to a little bit of what you guys were talking about earlier, talking about one world. You know, that this idea that everybody in the world is really we're all just human. We have one, we're one species, one world, right?
I love that.
Yeah, in that vein, every single human and every single person is going to be affected by climate change. And the majority of climate scientists believe that fossil fuels are doing irreparable damage to our environment and causing extreme weather events like we saw this week with Hurricane Helena. And there's a very real possibility that our planet is going to be unlivable. The one world will be unlivable for all humans, if not within our lifetime, within our children's lifetime. And so I was just wondering, do any of you have children? Do you think about this when you're tucking them in at night?
I don't have children right now, but I think about, kind of like, what if, it could happen kind of whenever. So
I'm a kid at heart personally, but also my maid has 3 children that I feel like I'm kind of like the second mother to.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not interested in children.
I do actually. I'm really glad though, Brad, that you brought this up, because there's something that I don't know if I have the technology to do this. If I can I'm going to try to show my screen here. Give me just 1 second.
Yeah, sure. You can screen share.
Let me see. Can you? Oh, okay. That's my obs. Give me 1 second.
It's about a legendary architect who has an idea of a new way.
Megan.
Why would you be explaining the movie at the movie? Didn't they see it too?
Okay, I'm going to try to go ahead and share my screen again. Sorry about that. Okay, can you see my screen? Sorry, hold on. This is the wrong tab. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, I can. I can see that. Yeah.
Okay, and then
Hey, let me make it bigger so that the audience can also see.
Hold on here. It's flipped for some reason on my end.
It looks great on mine, so if it's flipped, don't worry. I can read everything.
You have the wrong tab open, Mike.
We can read everything here.
Hold on, I'm trying to flip it. Is it the right way on your end?
Yeah, we can read everything right now on the screen. It says,
tab.
"Why do I cry during sex?"
Sorry, that's the wrong tab.
Is it illegal to lie during an interview?
Give me 1 second. I'm just trying.
Does Brazil have laws?
I opened it a second ago.
What are some reasons that pollution is good? How to sound smart on an interview?
This is for something else.
Monkey pissing in his own mouth. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Okay.
I thought was really interesting.
Okay.
This I thought was really interesting and something that a lot of people I think aren't talking about enough. This is from this really cool organization called the World Economic Forum that I think shares a lot of sort of what we were talking about, of kind of like international synergy, where we're kind of like, what if there wasn't countries really, and it was kind of all run by like the most epic wealthiest people who kind of, because they're so wealthy, obviously they probably know more than the normal
make good
people,
decisions,
naturally.
And so this article is kind of from that, and I don't know, there's just like and I don't want to bore you with the details here, but there's a lot of really cool data here, and then there's this video in here that kind of like really gets to exactly what I'm talking about, how pollution is good. And
I am muted. Yeah, I was muted. I said, sorry, I have to interrupt this to show you that Elon Musk is responding to Hassan and Ethan Klein drama. Ugh. Yeah. We needed the silence. Yeah. This tweet isn't even going anywhere. Like 300 likes? This is not good, chat. This is very not good. Not good at all. Also, like, classic Twitch, just absolutely fucking fumbling this shit. Like, what do you mean you banned him and then unbanned him and said, oops? What do you mean? Like, who is running this company, dude? What do you mean it was a mistake? It's such a bad way to respond to this. Why did they say anything? I don't know. I don't know. It's such bad. So bad, dude. They're just so bad at this. They're so bad at their jobs. It makes everything way worse. I mean, just like them banning the IP or new signups from Israeli phone numbers or whatever. Like, I mean, that is objectively a weird thing to do. I think there are other ways they could have like addressed people uploading TOS content, you know? It was just a bad thing to do. I said this when this first happened too. Okay. But also their response afterwards was so bad. Their response afterwards was absolutely fucking garbage. It was so bad. They basically were just like, yeah, we didn't know. Oops. Like, it was like, Jesus Christ. Like, it's actually kind of wild how Twitch manages to like fuck up every PR interaction they have. This is really bad though. This is really scary and bad. Sorry. I'll leave you guys back to the fun.
All right. Well,
no.
There was a video here that I wanted to play. I don't know what happened here, but it basically like kind of explained how pollution is actually good. I don't remember the exact details, but there's kind of like this graph, which is something about like how.
Oh, that line is going up. Is that good?
Yeah, it's like it's probably about like how pollution is kind of like actually epic.
Okay.
Anyway, you kind of get the general gist of what I was trying to explain here, I think.
It's China's
You have
fault.
a picture of that monkey who's positively affected by global warming.
I did, yeah, Megan. I asked you. I mentioned that I'd already seen that, so I didn't.
I just figured it would be a good
positive again.
Yeah.
Oh, what's up? Yeah, so it's a film about an architect who has a really interesting idea for the.
Megan, you're still unmuted.
Your microphone.
You're still unmuted. We can hear every word. I am genuinely I lay awake at night and I worry for the future and the suffering that all humans are going to experience as a result
That's a bummer.
of Chevron.
Not epic, and we are always thinking about like how suffering is like kind of like frankly sort of the opposite of epic in a lot of ways.
Yeah,
it really is.
Yeah, it is definitely not epic. But I do think you know of your two values, you said epic and value for shareholders, right?
Right. Yes.
So it's kind of hitting at least one of those, which is good. Because I did want to bring this up too, because last year Chevron initiated $75 billion in stock buybacks for its shareholders and executives. That's quite a lot of money.
Good. Thank you.
That's quite a lot of money. So just based on everything we've talked about tonight, all of the things that Chevron is responsible for, do you really think that's the best way to be spending your profits?
Well, let's try to run it back a little bit. I don't know if you were fully paying attention, because it really, like, at the end of the day, it kind of goes back to what I mentioned earlier, which are two sort of fundamental values here at Chevron. Let's be epic, okay? And check. I think that's pretty epic to make that much money for shareholders. And did you catch that last part? For the shareholders, Yeah, I'm thinking the shareholders are actually getting a lot of value out of that. So, check. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, we're kind of basically nailing both of our two values. And for me, that's kind of what it's all about.
Yeah, and I can speak on my end. I'm in the publicity team. I don't claim to know the numbers. I'm not the numbers guru. I'll just say I've always said hurt people hurt people. People rich people.
Jake actually came up with that, and I've always thought that's actually really funny.
Wait, really? That's you?
He actually, yeah, we were at a Chevron mixer earlier, and he kind of came up and the room sort of got quiet, and he was like, hurt people, and we're all like, that's actually pretty profound. And so we try to, that's kind of like one of our mottos at the company as well.
And then, yes, and I also think rich people. So I think I trust the wealthiest people at the company to make those decisions because I think they're going to be the best ones for it. Have I noticed that a lot of those decisions seem to make them an increasing amount of money? For now, yeah, that seems to be the case. But I also know that sometimes when you get a lot of money, then suddenly you can, then you're able to get more money with that money. And
Right.
So, and again, I'm the publicity side, so I can't say for sure, but that's sort of my feeling is look, when you think about the money they'll make, it allows them to make more and now that can sort of go around.
And so I guess my next question is there anything that you wouldn't do for money?
Well, I guess if there was a situation where it was like we have to put our shareholders in physical harm's way in order to make more money for them, that would be sort of like a interesting.
Michael, I just want to stop you. I wouldn't even give if I can have an aside sort of on stream, I'll just say I wouldn't give them even a quote on that. I wouldn't even.
Sorry, Brent, is this on the record? Just to be clear, is this going to be on the record, this whole interaction?
Yeah, we are live right now. We have an audience listening. It's being recorded. Everything you're saying is on the record. Yes.
I see. Okay.
Michael, I assumed you knew that. That's okay, right?
Yeah. I just need to. Yeah. Let me.
Yeah, you might want to check Twitter or something.
Yeah.
Anyway.
You said it's live?
It's live right now. Yes, that's right. Yeah.
I can. If Michael needs to make a text or a call or something, I can keep going here. What's up?
I'm gonna be on mute for just 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, Jake. Something you said earlier. You said hurt people. And so I was just wondering, when the hurt people in Ecuador and Nigeria and Cancer Alley in Louisiana or is anyone unhurt by Chevron? When they come back and try to hurt you, where are you going to hide?
First of all, I just want to say a lot of places are not hurt by Chevron, whether that's Azerbaijan, whether that's Israel, whether that's Iran, whether that's Angola. A lot of places that are not hurt by Chevron. So I just wanted to say that right out of the gate.
It looks like your colleague Michael is having a pretty rough conversation right now. He went off video.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. I'm not an X's and O's person. I'm not the legals and I'm not the numbers. You know what I mean? So I'm sort of a conversationalist. So there's a lot of people we help, and I think what we're sort of trusting is when and maybe some hurt people try to hurt us back, if that's what you're insinuating, that the people we've helped will be there to make sure that that everything's okay.
Okay. Well, yeah. I hope you're helping a lot of people because I have a feeling that when that shoe drops, it might be rough for you guys. Michael, you're back.
Maybe we're not helping a lot, but I think we're helping. I think we're helping some people who work in the right places.
Okay, I understand. Michael, you're back. Did you have anything to report from your phone call?
So great glad to be back. Just had to take a quick family call. So you know how that can be, but I'm back and I'm feeling great and really happy to be live, like you mentioned before.
Yeah.
So thanks again. And it looks like Megan was able to jump back on. That's great.
And Michael, I was just saying that we're not worried about places because we are closely aligned with the right people.
Right. Yes. And that is kind of like a big sort of strategy point at Chevron is how do we sort of seek out who else is epic? Your Disney's, your World Economic Forum, like we were saying.
85 out of 100 U.S. senators.
Yes. We are seeking out those. SpaceX. Okay. Obviously not Tesla because they don't use Chevron yet, although we are in talks with Mr. Musk about what if we did an electric car that ran on gas, which I think is sort of something interesting that nobody's really talking about right now.
Ooh.
Is sort of what if
gas won't make the car move forward, but it will be burning. So it will sort of simulate the experience of a gas tank with a big sort of roaring engine that you can customize to your liking. But it will also still sort of function in the same with that same incredible technology that he just sort of churns out like it's nothing.
And in a traditional,
I think those already exist. They're called hybrids, I believe.
Well, in a traditional car, it's like you've got the car moves via the power of gasoline, and the sort of electronics in the system are, your nav, your turn signals, the lights in the car are all powered by sort of like electricity. And what we were sort of cooking up on our end at Chevron that we're very excited about is we were kind of thinking, well, what if we put this in reverse? What if
gas battery?
Yep. What if we took a car that runs on electricity? It moves with electricity, but your sort of like dashboard screens, your lights, your turn signals, those are all powered by gasoline. And sort of it's kind of like the reverse, which is sort of interesting.
Got it. Okay. Well, I think this was very illuminating for everybody. I really appreciate you guys coming on here. It was honestly very brave of you. I think coming onto a platform. I mean, my name on Twitch is Cinemarxism, so I think you must have known that this wasn't going to be an easy conversation. But
I just got that
And I still don't.
Yeah.
It's like
I thought your interests were cinema and sexism. I wasn't really sure what the.
Yeah, a lot of people also think like cinema and like RX, like prescriptionism. You know what I mean?
That's
yeah,
movies about
but
doctors. I thought this was about you were like really into movies about doctors.
yeah, no, it's political and anti-capitalist in nature. So, yeah, I think
on pills.
Yeah, I think you might be a little bit upset with like any clips.
Hey Jake, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, Brent. Jake, it sounds like you're watching something.
In knowing that you are not alone.
What's up?
Difficulty with
It
directions.
sounds like your microphone might be on, Jake.
Usually no cause.
Like it sounds like you might be watching something.
Ongoing issues.
No, sorry, I have my headphones in and I've tricked it out so that the video I'm watching you can't hear.
Hi, yeah, we'll take a bacon, egg, cheese McGriddle.
Megan,
we can hear you too.
A large Diet Coke with no
you got in the car?
Oh my god. Sorry, I'm a little hungry. A large Diet Coke with no balls. Thank you. And do you want anything?
Hey Jake, hey Megan, you guys are both on mic still. You guys still
I'm not, don't worry.
Okay. Last question. I just want to leave you with all of you. I'd love to hear how do you sleep at night?
I've got a water bed, which is actually really kind of I think a lot of people sort of forgot about those. And to me, it's actually a lot of fun because you can sort of heat the water or make the water cooler. And what's really cool is that I have actually filled mine with Chevron Techron, which the associate who I purchased it from said that was sort of a serious fire hazard. But I was like, well, what cooler way to sort of support my company than to literally sleep on it every night? That's how I can know that I'm having, and I have been having really interesting dreams since I started doing that. Some sort of like really sort of fascinating dreams where I'm like kind of you know what, I probably shouldn't actually, now that you're mentioning that this is live, I probably shouldn't delve into the details of my dreams, but it's actually been really interesting.
I can see that. It's like sleeping when you're sleeping on like dead dinosaurs. Maybe their energy is like infecting your dreams. That's very interesting. Yeah.
That's so
High
cute.
cholesterol.
Love that.
Hey, Jake.
High blood pressure.
Yeah.
Jake, we can still hear your.
I can. I don't know what's going on with your headphones. I can hear it. I'm able to hear it.
That's got to be something else. But I can chime in on how I sleep if we'd like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go for it.
Well, okay, so I'll just speak to my own experience, obviously, but I'll say, and this is not a representation of the Chevron Corporation. I'm just sort of trying to be candid with you. That is a PR strategy where we open up to you a little bit to humanize ourselves. So, I sort of have found an ends justifies the means mentality that sort of blankets everything I do under my own personal journey. And everything that will go into that personal journey, I can attribute the bad things to sort of unfortunate outcomes and the good things to sort of my own will, right? And I think for a lot of people, they think we're all sort of in this together and we're all trying to just sort of get through life and be joyful with each other. I think for me, I sort of see this as a survival game in which you're trying to accumulate the most resources to survive as long as possible. And so for me personally, I'm just trying to position myself to accumulate the resources requisite to survive as long and fruitfully as possible. And if you're sort of caught in that, it's so unfortunate. And when I have moments that maybe spring up around that, there's so much medicine now that they've created, and especially when you're sort of in an elite class of income, you get a certain tier of medicine. And so I think I've been able to sleep pretty soundly for the most part, with some small side effects.
Usually the hardest part of diagnosing erectile dysfunction.
And Megan, are you there? Would you like to answer? I would love to know how you sleep at night.
But once you talk to your doctor.
Yeah, I'm here.
Megan?
Sorry, I blacked out there for a second.
Naturally.
Hello?
Yep, we got you.
Megan, we can hear you.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, thanks so much for having us.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Megan.
This was such a good time. Just to really recap, I want to just clarify that this is not actually this video is going to be removed after we finish up here, right?
No, it won't.
Okay, well then just send it over to our team and we can kind of do what we want to do on our end to get the edit correctly so that everybody's kind of happy with how everybody looks.
We can maybe negotiate a fee for that if you'd like, but you'll have to talk with my team afterwards.
So whenever you have problems
Okay.
with blood flow,
Yeah, well, we'd love to stay in touch, and this was really poggers, is what my mentioned that I should say. This was extremely poggers. So
so cool.
We pogged. I had a pogging time. I know Jake and Megan had a pogging time, and I'm hoping that your viewers, who I'm now finding out are watching this live at home, are doing pogs as well. So.
Yeah, they are pogging a lot, but I don't think it's for the reasons that you want them to. Anyway, I really, really appreciate, again, I appreciate the bravery for coming on. I think you really opened up a lot of eyes tonight, so thank you.
You know who else was brave is Caesar from Megalopolis, now in theater.
Okay.
Francis Ford Coppola, the 70s Maverick responsible for Jack, and The Godfather is back. The biggest vision ever.
Yep.
Now in theater.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, guys. I'll be sure to shout out your socials and all of that stuff. It's just Chevron on Twitter, right?
Yep, we're just at Chevron on Twitter.
Gotcha.
Chevron.
Gotcha. Okay.
And I'm also I have a ceramics page called @softpastels14. If I can shout that out as well.
Please check that out. Jake
Soft Pastels 14. Okay, yep. My mods got that. They're dropping the link in the chat. So yeah.
You should send him one, Jake.
Oh,
I would. Wow, that would be really.
I don't want to give them one they don't want.
I would appreciate that. So yeah. And
motherfucker, he never sent me one.
About my payment for this, you said like a one giant bag of money or something, right?
Yeah,
I'll email you. I'll email you about it later.
Great. Yeah. We don't like.
Yeah, we'll talk about it off stream.
Record.
I'm gonna have to talk to my Swede.
Yeah, that's my bad. Okay. Bye. See ya. Okay. Wow. Chat, we did it. Fuck. Chat, what do you think about that? Was I too nervous? One last time, I applaud Chevron for having the courage to interview and engage with a major streamer on our community's terms. These respectable conversations must continue and truth will win out. Thank you, Cinemarxism, for your bravery. It's such a shame that chat is just dumbfounded at how respectable conversations can happen in this day and age. Cine is just a trailblazer racing star streamer, giving our community the boost it needs. Thank you. You know, you're welcome, guys, and I take this very seriously. I take this kind of like responsibility. The fact that they reached out to me, you know, the fact that like, you know, I have this opportunity to really hold power to account, you know, and like really show you their true colors. I take that responsibility very, very seriously. Okay, and I hope I did you all right. Oh, Everything Now Show, thank you so much for the subscription. Oh my god, the Prime sub from Everything Now Show. Wow. Thank you so much. Yeah, everybody should definitely go follow Everything Now Show. Those guys were freaks, I know, right? Everybody should go follow Everything Now Show. They're a really great improv group based in LA. Totally separate from what we just watched, of course. But yeah, really good interview. I hope that showed you just like what kind of people we're up against.
Yeah. Thanks for watching, chat. Should definitely go check out Everything Now Show. Super awesome group of guys.
Almost ready. All right, what?
Super awesome group of guys. Could not have done any of that without them. I love watching it every time. It's so funny. The chat gets it. They get got every time. It's so good. I love it. It's so fun. We were really cooking there. And we'll cook again. We will cook again. Okay. I'm capable of better. I'm capable of more. All right. We can get there. We can freaking get there, you know? Marduk, thank you for the gifted sub. Yeah, chat, if you like that, if you want to support me doing more shit like that, then the best way to support it is to subscribe.
_Dean.
I'm still trying to figure out how I'm going to navigate this this time difference. But you know what would help me navigate it, chat, is like come in here when you see me live at like, you know, 6:30. When Hassan is still live, fuck Hassan, watch me instead. You know what I mean? When you get fed up, when you get doomered out over there, come watch me instead. Come hang out. We'll figure it out. Mari is like evil. We'll watch Mari. Definitely watch Mari, but I don't know. I think I need to build more audience while Hassan is live, basically, is what I'm saying. This is my goal. Because I can't, it's hard for me to go live at like 9 p.m. And then if I go live at 6:30, like I feel like all of my good content that my political reacts that I do at the beginning of stream are not hitting an audience, you know? I don't know. But anyway, yeah, I just got to figure out this time difference. It's 2 hours. It's a little weird. I'm not sure what the best way. I think that what I need to do is just go live at 6:30 and do my shit. And y'all will come because you like it, right? Or something. Anyway, thank you all for supporting. Thank you all for hanging out. I really, really appreciate it. Please go follow Everything Now Show. Can we get one more shout out for them? I'll do it right here. Go follow Everything Now Show. Go support those streamers. These guys are doing really creative and awesome work, and they don't get enough love for how much work they put into their craft. It's really, really, really awesome. We're lucky to have them on the platform, so go support them. We're gonna raid out over to Peacefire now. Why is it not giving me Peacefire? Did Peacefire just go live? Oh no. Here we go. Yeah. We're gonna raid over. He's also in his partner push. I would love to see Peacefire now partnered So if you could do me a big solid, and if you're going to bed or whatever, if you could leave up your tab for Peacefire now and jump into his streams and hang out over there, because he's an awesome streamer who we really, really love and appreciate. So take care. Appreciate you guys all hanging out with me in this weird limbo phase of my life as I move to a new city and get, everything's in flux. But it feels really good to be able to have this consistent thing and have people here. Just, I can't tell you what it means to me. Appreciate it so much.
Going to love, go follow. Speaking of which, Soke Films coming in with a raid of 11. Soke Films, how are you? I've had a great time. Holy crap, man, we are just getting raids upon raids upon raids.